Welcome to the Ring of Honor Supercard of Honor 2024 live watch along presented by Game Up Hard Hydration. It is as if your favorite seltzer and your favorite sports drink had a baby, but it's so much better. 1 gram of carbs, low cal. It is 4 great flavors. You got the fruit punch, you got orange, lemon, lime, and grape. They come in an 8-pack. It is amazing. It is going to be your go-to summer drink guaranteed. But tonight, the start of WrestleMania weekend, we are talking Supercard of Honor. And I got to tell you, Supercard of Honor, I've been looking forward to this. We could have been covering the Hall of Fame. We could have been talking about Joey Janela's spring break. But I'm just such a fan of Supercard of Honor. This is what we had to bring you. There's a lot of great matches on this card. You've got a Stardom Women's Showcase. You got Johnny TV versus Dalton Castle in a fight without honor. Taven and Bennett versus the Infantry for the ROH Tag Team Championship. Kyle Fletcher versus Lee Johnson for the Television Championship. Billie Starkz versus Queen Aminata for the Women's Television Championship. Athena versus Hikaru Shiida for the Women's Championship. And Eddie Kingston versus Mark Briscoe for the Men's Heavyweight Championship. Supercard of Honor is now live. And now that I turned it on, it will begin shortly. So I'm going to take down this graphic so you can see me. How is it going tonight? Thank you very much for joining us. Yes, we are doing a live watch along of Ring of Honor. Stas, how excited are you for WrestleMania weekend? I want to thank you, everybody joining us on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Joe Esquino, thank you for popping in on Instagram there. Sass can't even explain how excited I am. That's what we've been talking about all day with people. We have been saying this is like our WrestleMania, our Super Bowl, our World Series, all rolled up into one, and you get multiple shows, which is awesome. Wrestling Today podcast, thank you for commenting on YouTube. And I'm going to throw this up. Can't wait for Mania. And there's no better way to kick it off than with Ring of Honor. I really enjoy Ian Riccaboni's commentary. I really enjoy Caprice Coleman's commentary. And thank you guys. We are almost up to 1.3 thousand likes on our Twitter broadcast right now. All right. And they're hyping up Ring of Honor. I can't stand and deliver in the morning. We're going to be doing a live watch along for that, Sass, at 12 o'clock. It'll be me starting off, and the man called Dave will join eventually. All right, so the first match is making its way out to the ring. And this looks like Josh Woods and Tony Nese. You can watch ROH Supercard of Honor by signing up for Honor Club. I believe it's $9.99 a month. It's well worth it. You get a lot of the pay-per-views. You get a lot of the old stuff. Yes, it sounds good, Sass. There's so much wrestling to watch this weekend. And, I've already taken in Bloodsport. I have watched, most of Bloodsport. I watched the Defy show that kicked off yesterday. I was watching wrestling yesterday morning at 11 a.m. and Tony Deppen is making his Titus. Okay, Adam Priest, Tony Deppen, and Rhett Titus are taking on Tony Nese, Josh Woods, and I missed the third guy's name here. But this is a heck of a match to kick off Ring of Honor. It's always great to see Tony Deppen in a Ring of Honor ring. Rhett Titus, Ring of Honor legend. I like the look of this arena too. Yes, yes, definitely get a hold of us about this weekend. Stand and deliver watch along, doing a night one watch along, doing a night two watch along. We might even throw a couple extra watch alongs in. I feel like Joey Janela's spring break deserves one. It won't be a live watch along, but we will cover it probably in post. Josh Wood, such an excellent wrestler. I can't think of a better guy to kick off this broadcast with. Rhett Titus is underrated for as long as he's been in Ring of Honor. I don't know if a lot of people would think necessarily Rhett Titus is, when I think of Ring of Honor, he's a name I think of. I don't know if he'd be a world champion, but he's definitely a pillar of that roster and one of the more solid wrestlers that gets into the ring. I'd say highly underrated. Watching Josh Woods wrestle, I'm surprised he hasn't gotten picked up by a bigger promotion. And I mean, I guess he was picked up by AEW and put on this roster, but this guy, I think he could fit into like a WWE. I mean, I could even see Josh Woods in, like a New Japan. Let me look around, see who do we got watching on Instagram. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining tonight. Answering a text from the man called Dave. Working on logging in here. They're selling you on a club at the start of this. Watch ROH.com, $9.99 a month. It is definitely a deal for watching the Ring of Honor catalog. And it looks like this is the go-to place for Ring of Honor pay-per-views now. I kind of enjoy this Tony Nese working with Smart Mark Sterling. Now we got Tony Deppen in the ring. He's getting backed up by Rhett Titus, but I feel like Tony Deppen is going to gain an advantage and fire back. Tony Deppen, another great one in the ring there. I should have thought about that too, that Tony Deppen is from that Philadelphia area. Okay, so it's Sean Davari joining Nese and Woods. Or is this Arya Davari? Quick tag, so it definitely seems like Smart Mark Sterling's team is definitely working more like a team in this match. Interesting to open up the show with a six-man match. It's a good match, but the pacing almost feels like it should be like a second match of the night. I would expect something just like a tad more fiery to kick the show off. I'm not hating on it. It's just, I mean, it is a great match in there. Davari just coming off the middle rope on Adam Priest there, going for the pin. I guess I would have to watch more Ring of Honor to stay up with what these matches mean going into this. Because right now I'm enjoying it, but I'm not aware of much of the story behind much of the show. But I look at ROH like I used to look at NXT, where you don't You don't always need to watch the week to week to necessarily get it because the pay-per-views are gonna be good. But if you watch the pay-per-views and they're dope, how much better would it be to watch the week to week and be aware of the story consistently through it? Later on in the show, Queen Aminata versus Billie Starkz for that ROH Women's Television Championship, a nice addition. And I was talking about Rhett Titus being a nice mid card guy, and he's the one that's standing out in this match, really outshining a lot of the other wrestlers with Josh Woods. Ooh, that is a heck of a throw around by Josh Woods there. Stepping in, throwing those forearms. Reversal by Woods. Oh, I like that. It was like an angle slam, and Nice got in there and added a neck breaker to it. A lot of excitement around Mania weekend. It slow started yesterday. Today, you had a few more shows. You've got Ring of Honor. Then tomorrow is the big day. You got Stand and Deliver at noon. You've got Night One at 7. You're going to have shows from the collective in the afternoon. And then you've got Collision at the end of the night after the college basketball game, which coincidentally will also be just after Mania ends. Tony Nese has kind of found his way in ROH, it seems like. The head of this faction, I believe. Hugely athletic, going over the top rope. Big German suplex from Woods. Adam Priest going right in at Woods. Ooh. Yeah, you got to feel like just watching this match, it looks like Josh Woods' team is going to win. They have stayed on the offense for a good amount of it. Josh Woods has stood out. Alan on TikTok mentioning he just watched the whole Bray documentary. Wow. Yeah, if you want to talk wrestling, that was a great way to kick off WrestleMania week Monday. And I think that's going to have people even more excited for the possibilities for WrestleMania with Bray. Look at Josh Woods, just looking like a beast in the ring right now. I hate that it's coming at the expense of Tony Deppen. Now you got Davari and Nice coming off the ropes, all going for the pin. Nice goes for the pin and gets the pin. So Nice, Davari, and Josh Woods win the first match of Supercard of Honor. It was a nice little match. Like I said, I would have thought of something a little more high octane, but it still was great. Like just seeing Woods in the ring, you'd be surprised that he's not a bigger star. So that is a good way to kick off the show. Man, I am watching the 0 hour. I just realized the pay-per-view itself doesn't start till 8. Well, all right. I thought I was missing the Supercard of Honor, but forget what I said about a high octane match kicking off the card. I definitely misread this. That's a good match to start off the 0 hour. And it's kind of funny that we're finding out on air that we are watching 0 hour right now. All right, now we're getting a video package detailing the war between Johnny TV, they're calling him, and Dalton Castle. It's going to be a fight without honor. That's a no DQ match. Johnny TV and Taya there. A great wrestling couple. And Johnny TV is just low key hilarious. And sorry that I am missing the comments on YouTube. Sassman, thank you for moving to YouTube. Patricia Real Muto. Hey, I didn't know what time it was starting. I'm sorry. I didn't think to message everybody. I did go live on TikTok for a little bit, but thank you for joining us here on YouTube. On the train heading to Philly, Patricia Real Muto going to be live at WrestleMania night 1, night 2. Thank you for jumping in the comments, guys. And I'm glad that we can entertain you on the train ride. So we're getting Fight with Honor, Dalton Castle, and Johnny TV. That's on the main show. See, I keep forgetting with the 0 hour that you're going to get video packages that aren't necessarily going to lead to the next match on the show. Sass Snacks, chicken nuggets, and 2 cannolis. I am actually live on TikTok right now, Patricia Real Muto. Sorry, I'm shouting out the real name, Patricia. Yeah, we are on TikTok. But I mean, you stay watching us here because I don't know how long the phone is going to hold up. Sassman, love chicken nuggets and 2 cannolis. I went to Nando's food trailer that's over by the Valero in Griswold. Great Mexican food, by the way. Little food cart. Prices are fair, but the portions are good too. So you're going to pay a little bit more, but you get your money's worth. All right, so we're seeing a hype video for Billie Starkz and Queen Aminata right now. And yeah, thank you everybody for joining us. I got to try it. It's very good, Sass. Highly recommend it. If you're looking to try something else, try Game Up Hard Hydration. Since ROH is playing a commercial, I'll play a commercial. And if you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be right back. Thank you for joining us.
If you haven't tried Game Up, then you are missing out. Imagine your favorite seltzer and your favorite sports drink had a baby, but it's way better than that. Each can is 110 calories, low carb, 4.9 ABV. It's a nice light drink that is not light on flavor. Game Up comes in fruit punch, orange, lemon, lime, and grape. Pick it up at drinkgameup.com or at your nearest liquor store.
So we are getting another match, 0 hour, the Beast Mordos versus Blake Christian. And the man called Dave is doing a run-in. Dave, are you watching?
So I'm watching for a bit. I told Joe I'd be in here a little later, but my plans got delayed, so I figured I'd pop in here just for a little bit. And yeah, I just started. I caught the end of the premier athletes getting the victory.
Well, Dave, lucky for you, the main show starts at 8. I didn't realize that till about 5 minutes ago. So we are watching the 0 hour. We're getting a lot of commercials. And you're getting Blake Christian coming out with what looks like an Eddie Guerrero themed shirt or inspired shirt.
Inspired, yeah, that's probably a better word. I like that. Sorry, everything's a little messed up over here. I'm on my phone, and because I didn't have time to download the app to my TV and get everything here. So, yeah, we're making do. I wanted to give Joe a little company while we do this. Everybody, tuning in. I see comments. Patricia, Sassman, thank you guys for tuning in. Sass, I'm here, baby. I did make it. I'll be out. I'll be in, but good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, Sass has his snacks ready. He's got chicken nuggets and cannolis. Dave, what's for dinner tonight?
Quesadillas, chicken quesadillas, little cheesecake on the side.
Hashtag don't tell Jen.
Oh man, what's up,
Cheveroonie popping in. Combat Cast in the house.
Yeah.
Thank you
baby.
for watching, Chevy. Bumping up those numbers.
Yeah, thanks for popping in. Appreciate you, fam. That's nice. Look at
Yeah,
that.
I'll
We
be
got
putting out more Combat Cast videos. Patricia is on her way to Philly. We have a co-host on his way to Philly. I mean, we hope we haven't heard from him. He could be missing right now.
Hopefully he's not MIA, Patricia. Patricia, I've heard about you and other people on TikTok. I haven't got a chance to go on TikTok live, but we appreciate the support. I've been busy working on YouTube here, but Joe says nothing but good things about the TikTok community. So hope you enjoy WrestleMania.
Yeah, there's a lot of wrestling to watch this weekend. Tomorrow, I've got to plan my personal chores around the start of Stand and Deliver. So hopefully I don't wake up too late.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
No, Dave is not the one in Philly. It is going to be AJ Strange Brew in Philly.
Yes. No. Yeah. AJ. Yeah. I'm gonna be here. I got work to do, Patricia. I got to deliver some bread. I got to help out. I got family to help out, and I got to keep this podcast holding down with Joe too. But we will have a representative over there.
Yeah, and we're taking a lot of shots at broadcasting this weekend.
Yeah.
You'll see us for Stand and Deliver. You'll see us for night 1. God willing, you'll see us for night 2. Otherwise, we'll just be eating a lot of chicken wings.
A lot of chicken wings. Yeah, I'm excited about this weekend. I'm not watching a lot of this match, Joe. How's this going here? I see a springboard.
It's not too bad. I mean, Blake Christian, I thought this was Black Taurus, but it looks like he's got a different name. Could be a whole different wrestler, but
oh, no. He had to get a different name. There was some issue with his name coming in the company, which is very strange because I don't think it was on AEW because I know they don't care, but I think it might have had something to do with maybe CMLL, AAA, but there was an issue with this.
No, I can see that.
Yeah.
Well, this is a good match then. I mean, Blake Christian is a good high-flying wrestler. Black Taurus, a bigger luchador, but he can definitely handle that that high-flying style.
And there we go. Patricia's got her salt and vinegar chips and ready to go. Good
so
for
Sass
you.
has his chicken nuggets and cannolis. Patricia's got the salt and vinegar chips.
Yeah.
I had what do you call it? Food truck Mexican. It was great. And Dave's having chicken quesadillas.
Yeah,
great snacks all around.
I got the man called Pete dropping by my house, cooking some quesadillas for this evening here. And I can get paid too.
That's what it's all about. Talking about getting paid. Game Up Hard Hydration.
Yeah.
Pick up a case today.
Yeah.
At
Imagine.
a liquor store or gas station near you.
4 great flavors. Low calorie.
Chevy, I'm glad you're asking what Game Up are you sipping on later because there's 4 to choose from. My favorite's got to be the fruit punch. Usually I'll end the 8-pack with the grape, but I don't know. Lemon lime is great. But their fruit punch, it might be the best fruit punch flavor I've tried in any, alcoholic drink. Big back elbow from Black Taurus here. Enziguri from Blake Christian. Blake Christian also defending that GCW title this weekend against Joey Janela.
Oh, yeah. Missy Hyatt is going to be in Joey Janela's corner, right?
I was about to bring that up as well. Yep.
Yeah, wow.
We got to get Chevy to watch Bloodsport. Lemon Lime, that's Chevy's go-to. I think Chevy could really get behind Bloodsport. Or I'd wonder how a MMA fan that doesn't watch a ton of wrestling would take in that show because I think it's done very well. I'm sure some things don't hit on it.
Yeah, probably Nick Nemeth going for a zigzag.
But I liked when you saw Speedball trying to throw those kicks and then Nick Nemeth just trying to go for the legs. Chevy's a Josh Barnett fan, and some of Josh Barnett's matches can be hit or miss on these shows. I know Scott said the main event Well, it left something to be desired, but I still want to check it out.
What was the main event? Was that Shayna?
Josh Barnett versus John Hennigan or Johnny Bloodsport.
So
Yeah, TikTok definitely feels like a community we're getting together on there. A lot of great people come in and talk wrestling a lot. And we've definitely seen the response in our other social media numbers and our YouTube numbers. We have grown like crazy this week.
Right.
Past 2 or 3 weeks, actually.
Yeah, last month, we could probably just say with in about a month's time, we've definitely seen a big increase in our numbers and our engagement, and it's really
Chevy,
great.
this is something we can even apply to the MMA community because people have been responding to the videos we put up.
Yeah, boxing and MMA has been going over big time on TikTok too. So definitely people are interested. I'm still getting people commenting on George Foreman, Lennox Lewis dream fight idea I had. I thought that was the most random dream fight I could have picked too. And man, boxing fans just comment, you know.
Yeah, it's wondering what pops off for people. Chevy celebrating those popping numbers. Hey, it's all of us going in on it. Chevy, myself, the man called Dave, AJ Strange Brew, Sassman, we all put time into this, and it's great to see returns from it. And by the time the fights happen tomorrow, guys. Oh man.
That's a no game up.
Well, Dave will have one for you, Patricia.
Absolutely. Hey, congratulations on being sober. So good for you.
One of us has to do it.
And look
working
at this
on
man
Insta as we speak.
Working on Insta as we speak. Appreciate that, brother.
I love that we got the Work of Fans comment section in here going hard.
Yeah.
Here I was. I thought I was going to be talking to nobody tonight, just sharing the show, trying to share some thoughts. And then I fucked up and realized it was 0 hour. I kept wondering too. I'm like, why they got 0 hour on the screen? Drink Dubby. Chevy coming in for the save, 100%.
That's a natural energy drink, all right? It doesn't give you any jitters.
Go to w.gg, use code FANS20. No, fans working for 20% off. We haven't done W in so long. I feel like AJ's got that memorized.
Yeah. There you go. Fans working.
There you go. It's funny how we don't do a commercial in a little bit and then we forget totally about. Oh, Sass, we're live on Instagram as well. How could I forget?
Look at that.
Chevy joined us on Insta. Goddamn, I just set it up to go live and I forget about it.
It's a YouTube. It looks like a YouTube symbol on Chevy, but I could be wrong.
I also popped over to the Instagram and saw him as well. He might have seen us on Instagram. We weren't reacting and popped over here. I don't know how people find us, but I'm glad that they do find us.
Not to backtrack, but just that little fun here. Wrestling Today podcast. I guess you just carry it. Is this from the TikTok community as well, Joe?
Yes, Wrestling Today podcast is on TikTok. He is the guy that told me about the camera switcher.
Oh,
that we are going to figure out how to work after Mania weekend.
Shout out to them. Wrestling Today podcast.
Yeah, you got Alex Abrahantes and Phoenix coming out to face off with whatever the Black Taurus is calling himself now.
Yeah.
I'll take that as a future matchup.
Interesting that Blake Christensen doesn't have. I thought maybe he'd go over and they treat him like a bigger deal, but
yeah, I was surprised to see him lose there. I thought for sure, but he is one of those like top level indie guys that makes some good appearances.
Yeah, we'll do, Patricia. We'll do. We'll celebrate. No worries. We'll be safe.
We're getting a preview video here for the Infantry versus the Undisputed Kingdom. I'm very much looking forward to that tag team match.
Yeah, I mean, some people didn't like it. But I enjoyed the tag team match they had with House of Black. They took a bad beating, and I thought some people said, well, they made them look very weak. But I don't know. I thought it just showed they could really sell really well. It gave them great hope spots, and they were jumped and stuff. And so I don't know. They kind of won me over.
Yeah, they definitely are a good team. Yes,
Tell you what,
ROH is where the Undisputed Kingdom came up.
there's a lot of talent in ROH right now. Just looking at some of the matches that some of these guys are having, and I just think, man, it's we could
If only
really
we
benefit
watched it
if we
more.
had like a third giant wrestling promotion out there because there's some good talent out there.
Kyle Fletcher versus Lee Johnson. Somebody on TikTok earlier was saying this is the match they're looking forward to on this card. When
Interesting.
we were talking about it live, I kind of described it as a dead part of the card.
Yeah, but you know what? Somebody else is probably following the Ring of Honor brand more than we are right now, and good for them. I mean, I can't say I don't follow Ring of Honor enough. So, but I
Yeah,
have
Kyle
seen.
Fletcher must be featured better on Ring of Honor.
I still remember Lee Johnson as the guy that was just kind of following around like Cody, and he was under Cody and Arn Anderson for a little bit. Big shoddy.
Okay, I will say this about tuning in this early and why it's not necessarily that bad. We're
Yeah.
getting videos to tell us why these matches are important. We're seeing
Yeah.
them detail why Lee Johnson is going up against Kyle Fletcher.
Yeah, his moveset looks
And I
great.
think the dude said earlier that it was just the fact that it was a television championship that he was enjoying about it.
I grew up on those TV championships. You know, the old NWA, WCW days. Like those were the best.
15-minute time limit.
Yeah, Iron Anderson was like, I love that time period. I remember this is gonna go back, but I want to say it was the Friday night Power Hour, and it was Iron Anderson winning the WCW TV title over the Great Buddha. And Sass grew up on TV
That is
dinners.
awesome. That is definitely a throwback.
TV dinners are a throwback. They've been around forever.
Sassman grew up on TV dinners.
Yeah. I was just saying.
This comedian I enjoy, Pete Holmes, used to have this bit about talking about Hungry Man dinners, but I think the joke was about it being Lonely Man dinners, and the commercial ends with a guy heating one up, and then you hear a gunshot going off. And I don't know why, but that joke always popped me for some reason. I'm a fan of a good Hungry Man XL dinner.
I like this sit down they're doing with Patrice Coleman. I can't really hear it, but I've seen these in the past. They did this with the late great Briscoe brothers at FTR, and I've seen it with oh boy, Danny Garcia and the young boy there for the Blackpool Combat Club. Blanking out on his name.
Me too. I love his skits about the X-Men. I haven't seen his X-Men skits, but I have seen his Batman skits. I'm going to have to look out for Pete Holmes' X-Men now.
This is Pete Holmes. Yeah, he's good. I watched a bit about he did about nothingness in space.
Okay, we see Maria coming out with Griff Garrison and Cole Carter, the new kind of team she's leading around, but you see her holding up Serpentico's mask.
Interesting. What is his name? John something?
Yes, he works as a jobber as well.
Yeah. Nice to see Griff Garrison staying busy since his days with Brian Pillman Jr. are no more.
Yeah, how bad does it feel to be the Marty Jannetty of that tag team? Okay, Serpentico here with the backup mask.
Yeah.
Sassman out there doing God's work on Instagram, getting us further.
Appreciate that. Put that work in. Love it.
And like we've said, the response we've seen from TikTok, which is, I would guess, where the initial growth has happened, really has transferred to our other social media. So I love that people that find us on TikTok will also find us on other social medias. And I'm seeing that Chevy sent us that link in the private text message. Thank you very much, Chevy.
That's awesome. All
Yeah,
right.
because I'm figuring I'll probably be here till about 10:30, 11 tonight. I imagine this is going to go.
Yeah.
And then I got to get out the fight night videos before tomorrow's card. We got a lot of behind the scenes work, but it's WrestleMania weekend and we wanted to cover as much as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. This is going to be fun. I am about ready to sign off here, though, for now. I will jump back up probably in a couple hours. So I wish you luck, my friend. And
Thank you. We only got 25 more minutes left on the pre-show.
enjoy the 0 hour. All right. And enjoy that early UFC card tomorrow, 6 p.m. So I'll be setting up.
6 p.m. That'll be lucky for those that are able to watch it. That'll be just before Mania starts at 7, and I hope it's 7. It might be 8.
I liked it because I have to lean over with the camera a little bit before I get out here. Then if you look at my shirt, it looks like it says just ass at different times.
Polo ass.
Polo ass. Who asking? Polo ass. All right. I'm out of here. I'll see you in a little while.
And we might be set for our first UFC live watch along for UFC 300. Possibly. We'll have to talk about that as time goes on. But you're seeing Griff Garrison and Cole Carter in a little bit of control now. These guys aren't a bad young team. I think it helps having Maria Kanellis bring them to the ring. Kind of gives them some early credibility. Hopefully it'll stick with them. Hopefully Griff Garrison doesn't fall through with another tag team. Because you lose one tag team partner, you should be able to make it through that. You lose 2 tag team partners, then it's like, ooh, can you put them in a tag team again? Honor Club, $9.99 a month. Not a bad deal. Okay, you got Griff Garrison wearing the Serpentico mask, taunting Angelico with the dance. These aren't a bad collection of matches and video packages to get you hyped for the main show. You know, I was down on these matches when it first started, but for a pre-show, you put up a couple matches, get the crowd warmed up to watching. And then when it comes time to kick off that main show, you started off big. Not having watched week to week, the videos during this pre-show are helping me know what to expect later on. Ring of Honor, the hardest to keep up with, probably because all the episodes are on the Honor Club app. And that is, I mean, usually if I'm watching something, it'll be like on the Sling app or on YouTube. To go to a whole different app to find it makes it a little tougher to get at. And they're really playing up ripping Serpentico's mask here. I feel like Serpentico's got to get a hold of the mask that Maria has and possibly throw it on. You see Serpentico trying to make it to safety, but Griff Garrison getting on top of him. Serpentico was about halfway across that ring when he tried to get that tag from Angelico. Now a double team from Carter and Griffin at the corner. Or Garrison. All right, Serpentico has the ring to himself. He should be able to make it over to Angelico. Griff Garrison gets on him in enough time. Really fighting for that tag. They're building up. Will Serpentico get the hot tag from Angelico? You also got to wonder if they're going to get the mask off. He gets Angelico. Angelico into the ring. Lariat takes down Carter. Lariat takes down Garrison. Carter catches Angelico. We're seeing him back Carter into a corner. Beals him out. Jumps off Carter. Hits Garrison with an elbow. Now lining up. What is Angelico gonna hit Carter hit with here in the middle of the ring? Carter, big right hand. Angelico responds. So I think we're going to be trading rights now. Get a couple of those kicks from Angelico. Great athleticism on display in this match. Angelico spent all those years down in Mexico. That's what it's called. He's got the capoeira movement. Very unusual striking style. Not typically seen in wrestling. Serpentico trying to pump up Angelico on the outside. Angelico goes to the corner. Gets attacked from Serpentico. Serpentico on top. Float over. Swanton bomb there. He's going for the pin. Garrison gets in, interrupts the pin. Now gets right on Serpentico. Throws him into the ropes. Big boot. Another big kick from Angelico. Action's going back and forth, so you almost feel like this thing's got to be coming to an end. Come on, Thor. Thor girl wants to get up in the shot. Come on. Come on. All right, she changed her mind. Cats can be picky. Maria trying to surreptitiously slide this chair in. Ref gets right on it. Thought that was ref Mike Posey. Look at him trying to slide it out. Arguing with Maria. You got the big throw out Maria spot. Will this distraction help or hurt her team? Usually, if you got a manager coming in trying to do this, you want it ideally to aid your team, but sometimes we have seen it backfire. Okay, Mike Posey taking a lot of time to back Maria up. She's walking out with the Serpentico mask. All right, she's trying to get Angelico to chase her. She leaves it out on the ramp here. Angelico gets a hold of the mask. But Griff Garrison sweeps the leg. Angelico hits the back of his head on the mat. Cole Carter with the roll up. I thought for sure that was the end. Roll up for Serpentico. Cole Carter kicks out. Nice back and forth action here. Standing switch. Serpentico behind. Roll through. Serpentico launched into the ropes. His mask was taken off by Griff Garrison. He's protecting his face. Cole Carter with the roll up and the win. So amazingly, they pulled off the match. I thought the distraction was going to work against them. And another good match for the pre-show, getting you excited about the product in the ring. And like, it might not have fit necessarily on the main show. Okay, they're about to highlight the Stardom 6-woman match that is taking place tonight. Mina Shirakawa, Maika, and Mei Seira versus Saya Kamatani, Tam Nakano, and AZM. I am not familiar with any of these ladies, but Jesse Chapman, friend of the show that we just interviewed recently, said these are all great competitors, and I have heard this is going to be a match to check out. And since we won't have much time for commercials during the main show, let me play another one now.
Read about the Northern Wrestling Federation in the book presented by Russellville.com, The Pro Wrestling Vault, Volume 2. Hear the story of Roger Ruffin, the man who trained Carl Anderson, the Monster Abyss, Jordan Clearwater, Chris Harris, and Jillian Hall.
Plus 45 other short stories including Jazz, Bobby Eaton, Kamala, Thunder Rosa, Mario Mancini, Scott Casey, PJ Black, Kerry Morton, Sal Renaro, Jeremiah Plunkett, Colby Carino, Bam Bam Malone, and many others.
Get your book today at Russellville.com. Russellville, it's where wrestling lives.
Right now, we got a video highlighting Athena holding that ROH Women's Championship. I would argue an underrated champion just because ROH doesn't get the exposure that it necessarily should. And I mean, she has been such a good champion for them. My guess is that she beats Hikaru Shiida. I think Hikaru came down from AEW to give her this big opponent to go up against. You know, it gives Hikaru Shiida something to do. It gives Athena an opponent to take down that looks credible. So, loving this matchup here. Now we're seeing footage from Shimmer. We're getting to see other companies that both women have worked, really building up, you know, kind of how worldly this matchup is between them. Even though I was a little upset, I started this early for the pre-show. I think getting these video packages that are catching me up on the matches at hand is great. And thank you to everybody that's tuning in to watch us tonight. We had Chevy pop in earlier. We had the man called Dave pop in. He said he'll be back. It is going to be a great, tiring weekend of wrestling. All right, on the 0 hour, Mariah May versus Momo Kogo. I'm guessing this is another Stardom wrestler. I have been really enjoying Mariah May coming out as this Toni Storm tribute act in a way. And we're finally getting to see Mariah May move more from the character that she's been portrayed coming into. We're seeing more in-ring action. And we're getting more of a personality from her, which is really enjoyable. Ring announcer Bobby Cruz there. Always awesome to see. And we are 13 minutes away from the pay-per-view. So thank you to everybody that joined us earlier. Please share this stream on all social media so we can get more people coming in here talking wrestling with us. I wonder if this is going to be another Stardom wrestler. Come on, Thor, are you coming up? All right, so Momo Kogo is from Stardom. She is making her Ring of Honor debut. Maybe they could move this forward a little bit. Maybe we see a little bit more of the Forbidden Door even kind of extend to the women's division. That would be excellent to see. It's been great to see the working relationship that AEW has had with New Japan. And it's good to see worldwide wrestling companies working together. All right, we got a Japanese ref in the ring too. That's always a nice touch. I like when they bring in the Japanese refs, the Japanese ring announcers. It's not needed, but I think it helps add to the little aesthetics to everything. Mariah May coming over from Stardom, so she is not. This isn't anything new to her. And maybe one of the better people to put in the ring there. Tony Storm, I heard, was at the Stardom show. It's great with WrestleMania weekend having so many shows in such a small area that you can have people go to other people's shows, even if they're not on them. CM Punk was apparently backstage enjoying Bloodsport. We saw Nick Khan was at Bloodsport as well. We appreciate everybody that's tuning in. I hope if you're tuning in, you are subscribed to our YouTube channel. We are going hard for WrestleMania weekend. We have seen such a growth in all our social media that we really wanted to hit WrestleMania weekend hard, do as many watch-alongs as we can within that time, and hopefully grow our fan base. So if this is your first time here, thank you for watching us. Even if it's not your first time, the more people watching us, the more people liking and sharing, commenting, it all helps the algorithm know that you're a Working Fans Podcast fan. When we talk MMA, you choose to watch us. When we talk wrestling, you're here to watch us. So we appreciate you guys. Thank you. I don't know if I'm going to get enough time to say that during the live broadcast, so I want to cover it at least at the beginning here. The audio of this will go up on our podcast feed next day. You're going to have a few audio streams coming your way this weekend, folks. I wanted to give it a day, let the Combat Cast breathe, especially with them previewing a UFC fight night that comes out tomorrow. Mariah May looks comfortably in control of most of this match. Yeah, that 6-woman Stardom showcase. I'm definitely looking forward to checking that out. Sorry, guys, if my voice goes in and out tonight. I've been talking a lot of today. We did a live TikTok this morning, this afternoon. We did the live show at noon. And I mean, just with it being WrestleMania weekend, everybody wants to talk something about WrestleMania, Stand and Deliver. Not so much about Ring of Honor, but we did have fans in the TikTok earlier. But we're excited for everything. Joey Janela's spring break is going to be a spectacle. I'll probably watch that after this. I'm probably going to watch that while playing video games. We might do a watch along sometime tomorrow. Monthor, are you coming back up? If anybody else has a cat, they always come up, act like they want to jump up on your lap. You get comfortable, you get ready, and then they walk away. They're like, nah, it's not fun anymore. Mariah May looking awesome in the ring right now. She's got to be one of the better debuts in a while. They brought her in as Tony Storm's understudy. You got Tony Storm doing the old movie starlet group role. You got Mariah May doing almost the understudy role. I'm all about this. And it's great seeing her here. if you're going to match up anybody from Stardom, I mean, they might have other women on the roster that could do it. I wouldn't be surprised if Athena couldn't. Well, Athena's matching up with her Hikaru Shiida. Anybody watching live, let us know what other WrestleMania weekend shows you are watching. What matches are you most excited for? We're here to talk Ring of Honor, but I mean, you got to admit the star of the show is WrestleMania on Saturday and Sunday nights. Stand and Deliver as well tomorrow. I say it all the time. I don't hear nearly enough Caprice Coleman and Ian Riccaboni, but when I hear these guys call a match, they have to be one of my favorite teams in the commentary business. And I don't want to speak for Dave, but I think when we do our wrestling commentary, the thing I strive for is to be as comfortable as Caprice and Ian are during these broadcasts. Comfortable, they call the action well, they are funny. You can hear both their personalities come through loud and clear. Oh, big suplex from Mariah May. And there's just something about those way those Japanese wrestlers get dumped on their necks. I'm excited to see what match is going to kick off this show today. Okay, so the last match is one with just about 5.5 minutes left. So we've got time for another couple of video packages. And I almost, if you had to start with anything, maybe Johnny TV and Dalton Castle, the fight without honor. That could be a wild fight around the arena. I could even see Taven and Bennett versus the Infantry, a nice high energy tag team match to kick off the event. Maybe then you go to the 6-woman showcase match. Maybe then the fight without honor. I don't know. I was seeing this lineup. I got it off their website. I went from what I believe to be top to bottom, but I could be wrong. Thank you to everybody watching YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Instagram. All right, so, we're ending. We're getting the last real push to buy the pay-per-view. Just looking at the wrestling business, this is the great part of a pre-show. You give them just enough to whet their taste. You let them know where they can subscribe, how much it is. And then, like we do whenever we do an interview, I always call it the big sell. So at the end, promote what you want to promote. Tell people what you want them to be aware about of you right now. This main event between Eddie Kingston and Mark Briscoe, I'm super excited about. I don't think you could have a better match for the title. You've got the story there with Mark losing Jay and, winning it in his brother's honor. Eddie Kingston, he already lost that Continental Championship. He's got the New Japan Strong Championship still. So I don't see a loss here hurting him. Heck of a video package. This is definitely the video package you go out on because you watch this wanting Mark to win. Anybody that's really a Ring of Honor fan knows what the Briscoe brothers meant to this company, knows just how huge an event, how big a match this is. That was an awesome video. If you are not watching this live, definitely tune into the 0 hour. You might be able to find it on YouTube. But I mean, you watch that video on the 0 hour, you're going to want to watch the show. All right, the Women of Stardom match is kicking off the show. So Mina Shirakawa, Maika, and Mei Seira taking on. Oh, of course I can't read my own handwriting. Saya Kamatani, Tam Nakano, and AZM. Okay, now they're giving you all the matches for the show. I would have personally gone out on that video, but I just love the art of the pre-show. You know, some free matches, some video packages, and then showing that whole lineup, showing what you can expect from the show that is going to start in 1 minute here. All right, they're saying this is the most heated rivalry between Dalton Castle and Johnny TV. Very well possible. Athena versus Hikaru Shiida. Oh yeah, Ring of Honor started in the Philadelphia area. Got a good crowd in there. Everybody's always going to hit on those dead seats that they have in a Ring of Honor arena, not mentioning the hard cam. All right, guys, so the main show is finally starting. I'm super excited. This is what we wait for on WrestleMania weekend. We'll be in this same position tomorrow night, waiting for night 1. Shoot, I might even light a candle in this room. Got to spend some time with the family tonight, which is always awesome. And I was worried about getting family time in with trying to stay on this WrestleMania weekend broadcast schedule. We got one of our podcast members going down for night 1 of Mania. Sorry, texting co-host on here. We got a lot of people hanging out with us in the comments. Got to set the wrestling mood. Chevy, thank you for staying with us, bud. Yeah, Chevy, if I could recommend one thing, I don't know if you have Triller TV or we will actually give you our Triller TV password. There is some MMA stuff on there, but I would definitely like to get your opinion of Bloodsport. No rope work shoot type thing. I don't know if it would appeal to someone that is more an MMA fan than wrestling. All right, so great opening video highlighted the matches, but I feel like it really spent a lot of time on that Mark Briscoe match. Supercard of Honor, usually one of the big ROH pay-per-views that goes out during the year. Nigel McGuinness coming out here. Before we get any matches in the ring, let's go back to throwing this up. Great to have Nigel out talking with everybody. So it's always good to have Nigel on the call. Oh, yeah, you can hear Thor. She ain't happy. Hopefully she doesn't attack me during the live broadcast, but you never know. And that's one thing. I love the commentary team that they have, but Nigel always adds to it. Yeah, the comments, part of the collision commentary team here in Ring of Honor. Okay. So this is weird. They are not starting out with the Stardom 6-person title like it sounded. We are getting Lee Johnson versus Kyle Fletcher for the ROH Championship to kick this off. Not a bad choice for an opening match. Lee Johnson, high flying. You know, he's got a swagger to him. Really wants to get in that breakout spot. I think he was featured as being like a Cody follower early on. And then he kind of fell in the middle, the mid card, almost a forgotten member of the AEW roster. Showed up on ROH, and you heard Kyle Fletcher, very confident television champion, saying that Lee Johnson is not going to take this title off of him. A member of the Callis family showed up on AEW quite a bit recently. We will see if he will be able to retain that television championship. Okay, the paint on his eyes is representing Jushin Thunder Liger's alter ego. Kyle Fletcher spent quite a bit of time in Japan as part of Aussie Open. Doing quite a good job of handling the solo run he's had. Like I said, I haven't kept up with him, but you see the video packages. The in-ring is awesome. The speaking abilities are right up on par as well. And I couldn't think of a better. I'm surprised it's kicking it off, but I have a feeling they're going to go full bore during this opening match. Okay, historically champion 4-3 at Supercard of Honor. So the numbers are in Kyle Fletcher's favor, but you almost got to wonder if they're bringing up that number. Could they be tipping off a possible loss? You can hear the crowd eager with anticipation for these two to team up. They haven't even come out of their corners yet. Yeah, this is a chance for Lee Johnson to really make his moment and plant himself as a name in Ring of Honor. Kyle Fletcher, he's just here to defend his championship. He doesn't have to beat Lee Johnson as much as Lee Johnson has to beat him. You got to remember, if there's a DQ in this match, if there's a count out in this match, title does not change hands. Kyle definitely has the size advantage with a little bit of height. They look just about even on muscularity. Lee Johnson with the go behind. Kyle Fletcher reverses, throwing Lee Johnson down on the mat with ease. Outstretching his arms to taunt Big Shotty here. All right, so the match kicked off without the usual honor, I forget what they call it, but the handshake at the beginning of the match. Kyle Fletcher refused to shake the hand, and he's just very confident in the ring, almost seemingly easily overpowering Lee Johnson. Lee Johnson with the go behind there, but Kyle Fletcher holding onto the ropes, rolling Lee away. You can see the athletic jumps of Lee Johnson. Big drop kick there. All right, now Lee Johnson getting the advantage, slamming Kyle Fletcher's head off the turnbuckle. Big chop. Kyle Fletcher recovering, but traveling to the next corner. Lee Johnson staying on top of him, turning him around in the corner. Are we going to get chopped too here? Big chop, and you're seeing Kyle Fletcher, it affecting him. He makes his way kind of to the center of the ring. But I mean, Lee Johnson staying on top of him, trying to take away that ego that Kyle Fletcher had displayed earlier in the match. Reversal on the Irish whip, putting Lee Johnson up into the air, catching him crossbody like, and then swinging out a slam there. Just displaying that power advantage, it seems. Lee Johnson's been doing good, trying to stand up against that power with forearms, trying to make up with it with some heavy hitting, with some speed behind it. I hope everybody that's watching here on this live watch along is watching ROH. Big shot from Kyle Fletcher there, giving it back to Lee Johnson a little bit and doing it with displaying a little bit of an attitude. I think he's been picking up a little more confidence since being in the Callis family, a little more deviousness to how he acts in the ring here. Lee Johnson dazed in the corner. Kyle Fletcher missed a big chop, and then Lee Johnson responding with some quick chops. But as he goes off the ropes, Kyle Fletcher meets him with that big elbow, turns him inside out, frothing at the mouth. You can see Kyle Fletcher getting a little more frustrated with Lee Johnson here. That elbow was nasty, turning him inside out with that thing. Johnson trying to pull himself up on the ropes. Fletcher actually too close to call. Lee Johnson had the roll up. This is definitely the match you want to start with. This thing is starting to pick up heat. You've got the power of Kyle Fletcher on display. You've got Lee Johnson responding with speed, responding with power of his own. Okay, Kyle Fletcher's on the outside. Lee Johnson is in the ring. You got to feel like there's going to be some kind of high-flying move to get to Kyle Fletcher on the ground. Lee Johnson off the ropes, up and over, lands on Fletcher. And the crowd really getting behind Lee Johnson here. Kyle Fletcher blocking the head, hitting the barrier. Looks like he's about to suplex Lee Johnson up and over the barrier onto the floor. Lee Johnson is not in a good way out there. Kyle Fletcher just looking at him with ego. Is he going to meet? All right, he's setting up a chair here. I have a feeling he's going to do a move off this chair onto Lee Johnson on the concrete. No, big cannonball over the barrier. Now he's going out in the crowd to taunt them. Outstretching his arms. You can see Kyle Fletcher clearly feels he's in control right now. Giving a middle finger to the fans. People are going wild that Kyle Fletcher is out there, but he does not care one bit. All right, he throws Lee Johnson back into the ringside area, picks him up. Looks like he's going to throw him right back into the ring. With all the punishment that Johnson's taken, does Kyle Fletcher think it's over right here? Got him in a pedigree-like setup, double underhook, turns it around into a slam, rolls over into a pin. Johnson kicks out at 2. You guys are talking about this on Twitter. Use the hashtag ROH Supercard. And please, if you guys can, like the stream, comment, let us know where you're watching from. Both what state you live in and are you watching on YouTube? Are you watching on Instagram, Twitch, or Twitter? Lee Johnson struggling to his feet, trying to fight back. You know, giving it to Kyle Fletcher, but Lee Johnson looks much worse for wear than Fletcher. Reversal of the Irish whip in the middle. Kyle Fletcher misses the lariat, gets the neck breaker from Lee Johnson. Lee Johnson pops up. Ooh, big kick to Fletcher's chest. Standing moonsault, hooking the leg for the pin. 2.5. Kyle Fletcher easily kicks out. Okay, we see Kyle Fletcher finally looking a little winded. You see Lee Johnson next to him trying to motivate himself. He's throwing all he can at Kyle Fletcher. He's weakening him, but he's not in a position where he feels he's going to win yet. What can he do to turn the tide here? Standing switches in the ring here. Kyle Fletcher gets him up for a suplex. Lee Johnson trying to get his wits about him. Kyle Fletcher frustrated that he hasn't put away young Lee Johnson yet. Yeah, Lee Johnson has never been in a place where he really felt like he's been in control of this match. He hasn't looked bad, but Kyle Fletcher has easily been, I would say easily in control, but that's a little repetitive. Roll up from Lee Johnson. Kyle Fletcher goes through, ducks the lariat. Big side Blue Thunder Bomb from Lee Johnson. Oh, 2.5 on the pin. Sorry, the wrestling commentator in me was seeing the pin there and realizing you have to call it when you see it. And I thought for sure Lee Johnson was taking it home at that moment. Big boot blocked from Lee Johnson. Blocked by Lee Johnson from Kyle Fletcher. Kyle Fletcher on top. Lee Johnson going to the top. Lee Johnson on the top rope. Are we going to see? Oh, Lee Johnson does a backflip off the top rope. Pushed by Kyle Fletcher. Runs back up. Kyle Fletcher has Lee Johnson. Oh, big slam off the second rope. Kyle Fletcher hooks the leg and oh, I thought for sure it was done there. You know, Kyle Fletcher's got to be upset. I don't know what they call it, but it starts as like a body slam type move, goes up to the shoulders, almost ends in a blue thunder bomb like end. You can see, yeah, Lee Johnson kicking out weaker and weaker now. You can see this match is taking its toll on him. Is Kyle Fletcher signaling for the end here? All right, so Kyle Fletcher is going for the win, the move that he's won most of his matches with. Oh, reverses it. That was like a power bomb that got reversed to a Frankensteiner. Then you've got kicks. Lee Johnson, things are looking in his favor now. Kyle Fletcher's out in the middle of the ring. Lee Johnson going up to the second rope from the outside, going up to the third rope. Kyle Fletcher to his feet, kicks out Lee Johnson's leg. Lee Johnson gets nutted in the corner. Now he's laying in the corner, dazed, pulling himself to his feet. Kyle Fletcher lining up, almost like a big shining wizard across the ring, picking him up for a brain buster, rolling over for the pin, 2 and 2.5. Picking him up again. Lee Johnson fighting under the powerbomb. Oh, last ride powerbomb. 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. How is Lee Johnson kicking out of this? He's taken a lot of punishment. Kyle Fletcher going in for that finisher. So close, yet so far away. And somebody as confident as Fletcher, you got to think, throwing everything he's thrown up against Lee, he's confident he would have won now. Lee Johnson knew he had to go into this match having to give it everything he got. Kyle Fletcher did not expect to be in that same place. Starting to huff and puff on the ropes, looking at the people. You see the contempt for the people, giving what his opponent is embarrassing him right now, frankly. Lee Johnson fighting to his feet in the middle of the ring. Kyle Fletcher swatting at him. Big kick to the chest. It's those Japanese style yes kicks to the chest. Those will punish you. Lee Johnson hurt and punching himself in the face, trying to stand up, trying to motivate himself to get here. Lee Johnson telling Kyle Fletcher here to still come at him. What's up, Diesel? You want to come up? Diesel wants to get in the shot, wants to get a little love here. Lee Johnson stopping the kicks. We're going forearms for spinning forearms. That spinning forearm definitely rocked Lee Johnson there. Now Kyle Fletcher commencing with those kicks in the corner. Yeah, Johnson is not looking good, holding onto the ropes. He has flopped himself to the apron. If he knows what he's doing, I would roll to the floor, try and create that separation. Make Kyle Fletcher come for you. Buy yourself some time. Get your breath about you. All right, this isn't looking good. Kyle Fletcher pulling Lee Johnson to his feet on the apron. Looks like he's lining him up for a tombstone pile driver. A tombstone on the apron. Lee Johnson reverses. Oh, the big shotty on the edge of the apron. I'm guessing that's what they call the big shotty. Just when you thought that Kyle Fletcher was going to put Lee Johnson away, Lee Johnson reverses it, drops Kyle Fletcher on the edge of the apron, and buys himself that much needed separation time. Now, they do have a 20 count to respond to getting back into the ring, but both men have taken such damage. Will one make it? Will both make it? I am way more excited for this match than I expected to be. And I'm glad. I'm glad that Ring of Honor is surprising with this pay-per-view. And that's a main reason why I wanted to do the live watch along, because I don't think a ton of people necessarily watch Ring of Honor. And if we could get one wrestling fan, two wrestling fans, just that much more excited to check out Ring of Honor on their streaming service, I think it's doing the company a service, because I hope to see them get bigger, possibly get TV down the line. Both men fighting to their knees in the ring. trading forearms in the middle of the ring. Lee Johnson getting the advantage, 5 unanswered forearms. But when Kyle Fletcher answers, he gives you a big forearm, mixes the super kick. Lee Johnson hits with the super kick. Oh! Big suplex from Kyle Fletcher, but Lee Johnson right back to his feet. Poison Rana in the middle of the ring. Kyle Fletcher lands on his feet. He looks like he's outstanding. Big running knee to Lee Johnson there. Ooh. We getting some kind of hammerlock slam here. Turning Lee Johnson around, setting him up for the tombstone. Taking a second, drops the tombstone on Lee Johnson. Picks up a leg, 2, and oh! Kicking out again. This is wild. This match, we have been going for almost 24 minutes here. This match, I feel like, is making Lee Johnson. I did not expect to be this excited for a Kyle Fletcher match. And you can see the look on Kyle Fletcher's face. He's getting a little tired of the fact that he's hitting Lee Johnson with everything. And Lee Johnson keeps hanging on. Kyle Fletcher is trying to set Lee Johnson on the top rope here. Big slap from Kyle Fletcher. Disrespectful. All right, Kyle Fletcher setting up for his superplex here from the second rope. Lee Johnson fighting back. Could Lee Johnson possibly take this title off of Kyle Fletcher? Oh no, are we about to get a Canadian Destroyer off the top rope? Now you got Lee Johnson going to the top rope in the opposite corner. Big frog splash on Kyle Fletcher's back. He's going up to the top rope on another corner. Another frog splash onto Fletcher. 1, 2, no, 2.5. Now that very same frustration that Kyle Fletcher was feeling earlier, you're seeing it on the face of Lee Johnson. Lee Johnson thought Canadian Destroyer off the top rope. 2 frog splashes. How does that not put your opponent away? But Kyle Fletcher is persevering. Now Kyle Fletcher fighting to get to his feet. Lee Johnson waiting for Kyle Fletcher to get up. Trying to get the crowd to hype him up. Lee Johnson feels like he's so close to the win here. Ooh, Kyle Fletcher reverses it. Gets Lee Johnson back into the tombstone. Oh no, snake eyes into the middle turnbuckle. That looked rough. Really taking out Lee Johnson there. Now he's got Lee back in the corner. Patting him in the face patronizingly. Going to the opposite corner. The running start at Lee Johnson. Running kick to the face. Fletcher puts Lee Johnson up on the top rope again. Okay, are we seeing a superplex? He's got a standing suplex on the second rope. Brainbuster on the top turnbuckle. Kyle Fletcher goes for the pin. 2 and 3. Kyle Fletcher defeats Lee Johnson. First match of Ring of Honor, Supercard of Honor. And that was amazing. We don't rate matches on here because, I don't know, I don't feel qualified enough to, but this is definitely a match. If you were, I'm going to go highly recommend, strongly disrecommend. I'm going to highly recommend this. This is a match I think you should go out of your way to see. And it's a great kickoff to the event tonight. And the good thing about this match is I'm excited to see who the next person is going to be to step up for Kyle Fletcher's television title. But I'm more interested in Lee Johnson now. I think this match did a lot to show his heart has showed his perseverance, and I'm hopefully going to keep up with more Ring of Honor, and I hope to see him as one of the centerpieces there. Kyle Fletcher getting to celebrate in the corner there. Big win. Almost a half hour into the show. So match got some time. It was great. And what are they going to bring out next? All right. So Bang Bang Gang of Jay White in the Gun Club has an open contract tonight. What trios team will we see respond to that? Undisputed Kingdom versus the Infantry for the ROH Tag Team Championship. Another match I'm highly excited for. Queen Aminata versus Billie Starkz. You're crowning your first women's world television championship or champion. Can't think of two better women for it to go to. No DQ fight between Dalton Castle and Johnny TV. Athena defending her ROH Women's Championship against Hikaru Shiida. And Eddie Kingston versus Mark Briscoe. I think it's going to be the main event of ROH main events. I think it could contend for match of the year, I'm guessing. All right, so now the Stardom 6-woman tag match is in the ring next. And that is Mina Shirakawa, Maika, and Mei Seira versus Saya Kamatani, Tam Nakano, and AZM. Little bit of cheer for the pronunciation on that. Flopped that earlier on the live show, so okay, I'm listening to Ian Riccaboni pronounce it, so I think I nailed all the pronunciations. Thank you for everybody that's taken their time out on a Friday night to join us here. Like I said, we've seen a big response from TikTok and how that community has rolled over into our other ones. And since it's WrestleMania weekend, why not watch as many wrestling shows as you possibly can? It's all about dedication. It's all about the hustle. Is anybody out there watching SmackDown right now? What am I missing? Okay, so the team of AZM, Tam Nakano, and Saya Kamatani making their way out to the ring first. And Joshi wrestling is like one of those small corners of wrestling that I'm not up on as much as I am like men's Japanese wrestling, lucha wrestling. I don't keep up with that as much as I should either, but I am vaguely aware of Stardom. I know it's like the top women's company. So I'm waiting to see how this match comes off in the ring. Since I'm not as familiar with these ladies' names, I'm going to stay away from trying to call the match. All right, Azumi, I believe, is how AZM is pronounced. And I believe that's the Queen's Quest team. You can see I just love the entrances for these ladies. It is distinctly Japanese. It feels a lot different than anything you see here in the United States. And I love different presentations of wrestling. You know, we're all pro wrestling fans, but to take in the little details that make it up. Okay, so I guess. All right, so these are all members of EXV, I believe. I don't know. I'm not up on them as much. But I like that Ring of Honor is keeping its diversity, featuring, Japanese women's wrestling. In the past, they've worked with luchadors. They have worked with Japanese companies. AEW still continuing that tradition of what Ring of Honor had done years ago. Okay, Maika holds the World of Stardom Championship, so I believe we're getting the champion in this. And if you're gonna hold a 6-women tag match to feature the talent on your roster, great to have the champion in there. Taito Nakabayashi is the ref. Once again, enjoy having the Japanese ref in there. Having a Japanese ring announcer would have been cool, but I'm never going to complain about Bobby Cruz in the ring. Okay, these women taking time to all shake each other's hands. Code of Honor is what it's called. That's what I was trying to think of earlier. Wherever you're watching, let us know your favorite style of wrestling. Are you a Joshi fan? Are you a Japanese wrestling fan? Is it all WWE American wrestling for you? Do you tend to like the AEW wrestling style? Or are you a fan of that lucha style? Or are you like us who we just kind of really enjoy it all? And this is cool to see that this match is as quick moving as it is because you're taking the excitement that got ramped up in the first match, and this match seems to be all speed on display. And I think another reason why I really enjoy this is because I know nothing about the wrestlers in the ring. Too often in wrestling today, if you see a wrestler like in the ring, you've seen him in another indie promotion, you've seen him in another major promotion. There's not too often you can break into a wrestling that you haven't seen before. And especially in the content creation game, we watch far too much wrestling. We try and stay up on way too much. So we got 7 matches on the card tonight. We are into our second one. It could be 8 with the Bang Bang Gang open contract. Why do I feel like the Acclaim's coming out for that? Feels like something you should build up to on a bigger pay-per-view, but they're doing it here. Everybody that's heading down to Philadelphia this weekend, hope you all have safe travels. Hope you enjoy your shows. I know some people going down there just for Mania Night 1. Some people I know going to Mania Night 1 and Night 2. My good friend Scott is going down for a lot of the side stuff, but he's getting to hang out with podcasters I admire. So there's part of me that wishes I wasn't tied down to this job and could break away for a Mania weekend. But to anyone that does, I hope you're enjoying your weekend. I hope you get to take in, a little bit of the city. Suplex Vintage Wrestling is a shop I heard you should check out if you are a wrestling fan. And there's so much cool stuff going on around the town. You don't even have to be just going to Mania. You could be going to the side events. You could be going to like the access events. There is so much to do down there, and it's awesome. It really is like an overload for a wrestling weekend. Sorry, guys. I am winded from talking most of today, so sorry to gas out on you here. I don't have as much to throw in about this because I'm not aware of these ladies. Definitely taking in just the athleticism on display on the ring. We tend not to do a lot of solo watch-alongs either. Usually it's myself, the man called Dave, but every once in a while we make do and kind of, if we got to go solo, we got to go solo. So thank you for joining us. A lot of people have stayed quite a bit throughout this stream. It's great to see returning viewers, new viewers. If you're watching and you're not subscribed on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Even consider sharing this. Let's get more wrestling fans in here and let's do what we're looking for this weekend. Let's get into wrestling. Let's nerd out. There's not many weekends we can get into it this deep and have this many shows to watch as well. Next match, when I'm more familiar with people, I'll definitely try and return to throwing a little bit of a call into the match. Sorry, checking some of the social media numbers real quick. And I hate that I took my attention away from this for a minute because, it has been fast and furious. These ladies are definitely showing me why I should be watching more Stardom. On Triller TV this weekend, there's a Stardom pay-per-view being main evented by Megan Bayne, who reportedly is signed with AEW, waiting to see if that happened. You can watch us call a Megan Bayne match on our YouTube channel. Just go to either the Griswold Great Get Together or look up Megan Bayne versus Nikki Duke. This match is phenomenal. And it's kind of how wrestling transcends languages, right? You can present me with a team that I'm not familiar with, that Joshi style of wrestling, it seems like it's a little bit different from American professional wrestling, not far off. But you can understand what's going on. You can appreciate the athleticism in the ring. I'm not seeing anything too wild from these women. And it's just good that there's a place in this world where you can see a major women's promotion working. You don't see it a ton either in wrestling or MMA. And it's something you feel like there has got to be, that's got to change over time because of the amount of talented women that are wrestling nowadays, that have been trained, that have got in there. And even if you look at what the WWE is doing with their next in line, they're finding other athletes that they're turning into wrestlers. In the NXT women's division, you're going to see a 6-woman tag match tomorrow featuring some of their bigger, younger stars. This almost has me wanting to check out that Stardom pay-per-view. I wish it was part of the collective. For that matter, I should check out DDT for a different style of Japanese wrestling. I believe it's tonight they're going to have a For the Culture event where, featuring African-American wrestlers. So different sectors of the wrestling world are being featured on different WrestleMania weekend shows. And I think that's kind of the appeal of it a bit. Randy Osga, thank you for popping in tonight. Sorry I missed your comment here by a couple minutes. Supercard of Honor is great so far. You had Lee Johnson lose to Kyle Fletcher in the opening match. It was a great back and forth, went about a half hour. Now we are on the Stardom 6-woman highlight match. And even though I don't know anything about any of these wrestlers, it is a nice back and forth match, high energy. And I wish Supercard of Honor was on a service that more people could watch, because I think people would definitely get behind Stardom because of this match. Thank you for joining us tonight, Randy. We've had quite a viewership in here tonight. And because of our success on TikTok, we have been seeing it spill over to the YouTube, spill over to the Instagram. I'd love it if more people subscribe to us on Twitter, but I mean, we're really doing what we can do here. I'd be doing a little more play-by-play on this match if I was more familiar with these wrestlers, Randy. But thank you for popping in. It's always good to have returning viewers. Especially, Randy, you got to be like our day one fan, right? You've been commenting since the beginning. We had you on as an early fan interview. That's one thing. People have been liking us on TikTok, and, you know, we try and remember the fans that have been there for the minute, for the most part. Anytime Randy Osga's in a live chat, he's dropping questions on us, we will always reference what he has to say. Randy's in the chat. What's up, Randy? Chevy is still sticking around. Thank you, Chevy. We're showing all-out support here. Guys are sticking through even when the voice is going. All right, we got a figure 4 on a lady. I feel like this could be the end of the match. Oh, almost bridging into like a mini figure 8 there. Yeah, we got Chevy in the chat. We got Randy in the chat. Randy, if you can, hit that like on that YouTube video. I'm sure you already have. Every like, share, subscription on YouTube matters. Helps YouTube know that the Working Fans Podcast is where you go to listen to your wrestling talk, where you go to listen to your MMA talk. And we're really trying to make this solo watch along work. I think it's holding up well. The solo broadcasts are tough because some of the, and Chevy, you'll probably say it when working with Dave, when you're on the Combat Cast, some of the best part of the podcast is the back and forth between hosts, saying something, having the host respond, being able to respond to that. When you go solo, you want to, one, make sure you don't burp on camera, but I'm drinking that ginger ale to kind of keep my voice from going, but you want to keep it entertaining for people. You don't want to leave too much dead air. There are times I even find myself talking in circles a little bit and trying to bring it back around so it's more of a cohesive broadcast. That's why I'm trying to keep the play-by-play like vaguely radio style. So if you were turning on your FM radio to 42.0 on the FM dial, this is what you'd be picking up on those airwaves. I've seen Dave do some live watch-alongs on his own, and it's definitely a skill. You go out here, you start talking, you really plan for as much as you can, and then when you're live on air, it's just about making it work, just about getting to that end. I mean, it helps a lot when I know I've got Chevy in the comments, Randy in the comments. We had some fans from TikTok in the comments earlier. And perhaps tomorrow, will we get footage of AJ Strangebrew in Philadelphia live on night 1? I've been seeing a lot of footage from the WWE World event. That looks cool. Scott is in Philadelphia as well. So I'm hearing about the hangouts, what shows they're going to, what's worth checking out. And Chevy, once I get off this live later, I will share that Triller TV password and login with you. Gonna see him streaking into the ring. It's wild. If you watch that Bloodsport event, Scott is actually third row. And you can see him a lot of the times when the fighters part. He's almost like mid-ring, third row. But I can see Scott getting wild in Philadelphia. That's another thing you're going to hear on the live broadcast. I don't drop the ums too often. Oh, wow. We got a kick out here. A little selfishly, I hope the match was over so I could start calling the action a little more. So in this match, Dave picked team Mina Shirakawa. I picked team Saya Kamatani. Okay, so Dave picked the right team of Mina Shirakawa, Maika, and Mei Seira. Dave was lucky that he didn't have to pronounce any of those names. If I was smart, I would have given him that one match to announce. But all right, so far we've had Kyle Fletcher retain his ROH Television Championship. We had Mina Shirakawa, Maika, and Mei Seira. They're celebrating in the ring. And Mariah May is making her way out to the ring. She wrestled a Stardom wrestler in the 0 hour. Okay, this was a team, apparently the team that I can't really hear from the commentary. I believe this is the team that Mariah mentored. It looked like she was coming out to fight with them. She is celebrating in the ring. Will this turn around? Okay. She's celebrating with champagne now. I feel like this has to be some kind of setup. So now we know Tony Storm, we know Mina, we know Mariah May, we know Deonna Purrazzo all did time in Stardom, and you got this fake tension being teased. Will she attack these ladies? She shook up the champagne. She is pouring it out for herself and the ladies. I thought for sure somebody was catching that bottle over the head. Okay, now they're about to cheers in the middle of the ring. All right, and that's how we're going out. Thank you very much for being in here, Chevy. You did more than your time tonight. Very much appreciated. We will enjoy it, and we'll have that MMA video up by tomorrow. Thank you very much, bud. I don't know if Dave's watching SmackDown. I believe he is cooking quesadillas with Pete, and then I believe he is jumping back into the chat later. But I don't know 100%. Are you watching SmackDown, Randy? How is it going so far? All right, so it looks like Undisputed Kingdom versus the Infantry is next. And this is a great match for this event because this is new school ROH versus old school ROH. Kingdom has been a fixture in ROH for years, definitely before they changed like brands here. And the Infantry is like the best of the new teams that I've seen come along. The Infantry makes up a great team with Trish Adora as well. This is going to be a good match, but both myself and the man called Dave expect the Undisputed Kingdom to come out on top, especially with the whole storyline going on in AEW with Roderick Strong holding that one title. I mean, he said that Wardlow's job is to make sure that what titles Undisputed Kingdom does hold, they stay holding. So do we see Wardlow come out tonight and step in for the Undisputed Kingdom? I think it's a very interesting wrinkle that could be in it. And here you see the Infantry coming out with Trish Adora. She is on other shows this weekend, but I really think that Trish Adora is a great addition to this team and a great, piece of it. And you have to have her in the entrance, especially because we're going to see Maria Kanellis in the Kingdom's entrance, and Trish Adora provides that counterpoint to hopefully neutralize Maria, because we saw in the 0 hour match that Maria got involved for Griff Garrison and Cole Carter and helped them pull off the win. I love the Infantry style. It feels fresh. It feels genuine for them. The people genuinely get behind them, which is important for a tag team. But, I mean, I love that the Infantry's logo, too, looks almost like the Diplomats logo. But it's hard when you bring out a team like this. Taven and Bennett, been fans of these guys for years. When Mike Bennett went to the WWE, I think one of the biggest shames is that Matt Taven didn't go with him. They fit so well together as a tag team. They're 3-0-1 in Ring of Honor this year. Love Matt Taven coming out in the Jay Briscoe shirt. These guys are great, whether they're playing the heroes, whether they're playing the villains. What you can't deny is how good a tag team they are. Okay, we see him celebrating on the top rope with those titles. And they did not come out with... Oh, are we getting Maria here? They did not come out with Maria. So, I mean, I'm still down with Trish Adora coming out with the Infantry. But all right, getting our second title match of the main card. Undisputed Kingdom putting up their titles against the Infantry. The Infantry are really going to have to give it all they have tonight, because the Undisputed Kingdom, right as I'm looking away, they get right on the Infantry, putting the boots to them. And these guys are such a oiled tag team. They're such a, they're such a well-oiled machine that you're going to have to come with that next level strategy to out-strategize the Undisputed Kingdom. I've seen these guys a lot at Northeast Wrestling. Seen Taven at Beyond Wrestling. We've seen him at XWA. These guys have trained a lot of great wrestlers as well. So when you're also a trainer as well as a wrestler, you look at wrestling from a different viewpoint. You think about it on a different level. Okay, the matches have finally started now officially. Bennett Irish whips him into the corner. Big drop kick from Taven out of the corner there. Yeah, that's true. Matt Taven. I forget that Matt Taven's been an ROH world champion on top of everything. Matt Taven on top of the company when it was in some of its darkest days. And it's hard to argue that if Matt Taven didn't help that company, would they have made it through those dark times? I think he's such an ROH original, and he was a good world champion. It was at a time when the company was going through the turmoil, when the world was going through turmoil. Okay, now we are just trading chops in the corner between Bennett and I believe it's the captain Sean Dean here. Yeah, and that's one of those things. A lot of people are getting into the infantry now more because they saw him on AEW. I believe it was the man called Dave said he caught the infantry on there. Now, I thank you guys for joining us. I know that when the Hall of Fame starts at 10, we'll probably see a little bit of a drop off. But we appreciate you guys spending what time you are with us on a Friday night. Bringing up the Briscoes, another great set of matches they had with the Kingdom back in the day. Captain Sean Dean over the top rope, landed on top of Taven and Bennett here. Taven and Bennett trying to make their way around the ring. Yeah, that's one thing about the infantry, highlighting their military service. Even with Trish Adora, great seeing different branches of the military represented. And it's great seeing a new tag team that isn't like a WWE rehash, either in the AEW or in ROH. The infantry has been one of those homegrown talents. Okay, Matt Taven trying to get people away from ringside because he is dropping, it looks like Carly Bravo onto that ringside barrier. Bennett has Captain Sean Dean on the entrance ramp. Looks like he's setting him up for a pile driver reversal. So Sean Dean drops Mike Bennett on his back on that entrance ramp. Taven setting up a table next to the entrance ramp here. Yeah, Taven and Bennett look like they're trying to take it to the infantry a little extra tonight. Sean Dean in a rough spot here, caught between Taven and Bennett. Looks like he's getting set up for something next to where that table is at ringside. Oh, we're about to see a spiked pile driver on the entryway. The Kingdom are such veterans. You don't know, do they need to be taking it to the infantry this hard? But you got to think it's a young tag team trying to come in here, take those titles off of Bennett and Taven. I mean, Ring of Honor means so much to these two guys that, I mean, look at what it means to both teams. The infantry have risen in Ring of Honor. They might not have gotten prominence had Ring of Honor not been bought by Tony Khan. But then you look at Taven and Bennett. Their lives have been Ring of Honor for years. They have been fixtures in the company. So they want that win as much as the infantry wants that win. Ooh, Carly Bravo gets hit with a big shot from Mike Bennett there. Taven and Bennett just looking like a great tag team here. Smooth tag team moves in the corner. Quick tags in and out. And I love that pin deep in their own corner. And when Carly Bravo kicks out, tags Taven right in. Taven coming in, staying on top of Carly Bravo. Suplex. Carly trying to get out of it, though. Using his weight against Taven. Will he reverse it? Taven fighting to get him up. Turns into a roll-up. Carly Bravo, 2.5. Big lariat from Taven. Turning Bravo inside out there. And there he goes, tagging Bennett right in. Bennett goes right for the pin. So I'm loving the tag team moves between these two. But that's one of those things about good tag team wrestling. When you see two wrestlers that are working so closely together, that are staying on top of the action, doing those important things, cutting off the ring, double teaming, making sure you isolate that partner from their tag team partners so you can wear them down and make it harder for them to bring the fresh man in. Taven goes up and over, hits his head on the apron. Carly Bravo looks like he's turning his chances around here. Climbing on that top rope to get to the middle. Taven catches him, goes for him, up and over. So now you got both members of the Undisputed Kingdom outside of the ring. Carly Bravo is climbing for that tag. Climbing, I mean crawling. Taven gets to him in time. Enziguri from Carly Bravo gets the tag to Lee Johnson. Lee Johnson in the ring. Throwing rights at Bennett. Throwing rights at Taven. Bennett again. Back for Taven. Captain Sean Dean hitting him with the lefts and rights now. But Taven, like a good tag team partner, breaking up the attack. Sean Dean really fighting this 2-on-1 attack. But you got to wonder, how long will he be able to stay on top of it? It's tough because once he wears down one guy with enough hits to create that separation, you have the other tag team partner coming up on him and breaking up any momentum he hoped to have. Backbreaker from Sean Dean going for the pin. 1, 2, 2.5. So close there, folks. All right, infantry doing the quick tags, and Ian Riccaboni just asked, are they bringing in Carly Bravo too quick? Quite possibly, but give them a couple minutes to rest. I mean, look at that float over roll there. Only 2. Okay, now the infantry are coming at it from more of a place of power. They are getting to stay on top of their opponent. Oh, man, they were going for the finishing move. Taven interrupted Sean Dean. Carly Bravo looks like he got hit with an F5. Oh, no, that's Sean Dean in the ring. Covered by Bennett. 2, 2.5. The infantry is showing heart. They're showing resiliency. All right, will we see the proton pack from the Kingdom? Is Sean Dean out? Taven for the cover, 2.5, and Carly Bravo getting in there in enough time to break up the pin. But Bennett getting in the ring to try and neutralize Carly Bravo, but Carly getting the advantage. Spin kick from Taven. K Brada off the ropes. Knees from Sean Dean here. Now, both members of the infantry, both members of the kingdom laid out. There is still a table set up at ringside. How will that come into play? Trish Adora trying to cheer her team on here. All men getting to their knees about the same time. You got Carly Bravo trading forearms with Mike Bennett. You got Taven trading rights and lefts with Sean Dean. Super kicks from the infantry, super kicks from the kingdom. We're just going super kick for super kick. Oh! Infantry going for their finishing move here. Taven hit 1, 2, 2.5. It is interrupted. I thought for sure the infantry might steal it there. The infantry definitely look like they belong in the ring with the Undisputed Kingdom here. Okay, Bennett going to the outside. It looks like he is setting up Sean Dean for the power bomb onto the table. Sidekick there from Carly Bravo. Bennett is rocked. Carly Bravo is with it. Sean Dean is getting to his feet. Bennett interrupts the attack, chopping Carly Bravo here on the entryway, going after Sean Dean. Okay, they drop Bennett. I believe that move's called Modern Warfare, unless that's just Caprice Coleman referring to the attack on the outside. Taven dropped, I believe, Sean Dean on his head on the entryway there. Now he's attending to Carly Bravo on the outside. Carly drops Taven's head on the table, onto the steps, back onto the table, back onto the steps. Will the infantry put the Undisputed Kingdom through the table? Carly Bravo is looking pumped up. He knows he needs to do something to get the edge in this match. Carly Bravo pumped up on the ramp. Big frog splash onto the table. Has Carly Bravo taken Matt Taven out of this match? And where Sean Dean is part of the Navy, it looks like Carly Bravo is part of the Marines. Sean Dean going to the top rope. Mike Bennett is in the ring, catches the frog splash. He has the pin, but the referee is attending to Matt Taven being put through the table. The infantry should have won this match. And Wardlow is here. I called it earlier. We heard Adam Cole say that Wardlow's new job is to make sure the Undisputed Kingdom don't lose the titles that they hold. So I love that we're seeing that continuity between brands. The Undisputed Kingdom get the win. You got to feel like we're going to be hearing about that on Wednesday. And the titles do not leave Bennett and Taven. So that was another one Dave and I agreed on. We didn't really see it ending many other ways. So for matches we have left, we've got Johnny TV versus Dalton Castle. We've got Billie Starkz versus Queen Aminata. Athena versus Hikaru Shiida. Eddie Kingston versus Mark Briscoe. And you got to feel like Jay White and the Gun Club, their open challenge, has to come soon. This event is really cruising along tonight. Love how quickly it's going by. That's wild, Bennett, or no, Taven being put through the table that he set up, but the Kingdom still comes out on top. "16 women made their way down to 2 for this ROH Women's Television Championship. It's good to see a mid-card women's title coming into ROH. I'm not necessarily a fan of too many titles, but if you're going to have mid-cards men's titles, the women should get featured as well, especially for the amount of talent that AEW Ring of Honor has." Scott Chaplin watching us on Instagram. Check out Scott Chaplin's other podcast, Wrestle Roast and Out for Smokes. Scott, that means the world that you're checking us out. I've got a friend that's going to see Scott Chaplin, on the TLF live show this weekend. Video package building up this Queen Aminata and Billie Starkz match. Billie Starkz has been featured great in ROH, especially with her kind of minion and trading thing, but they've brought in Queen Aminata. She has looked so strong that, I mean, God, I picked it on the live show earlier. I think it's got to be Queen Aminata tonight. Sorry, typing out a text to the man who called Dave, who might be returning later. Okay, Billie Starkz coming to the ring first. All right, wearing an interesting mask to the ring. So Billie Starkz wrestling Ring of Honor, only 19 years old. And that is wild to think she's made it this big in the company, only being that young. Okay, so that's interesting. You got one of the youngest competitors going up against Queen Aminata. Yeah, wrestling out of Guinea, West Africa. I just love the look of the entrance gear here. You see her coming in. She looks confident. She's 7-0 in Ring of Honor. I should have checked what Billie Stark's record was, but it can't be bad. She's been rolling with Athena. She's a minion in training there. And I mean, based of what I've seen from promos, I feel like they've been building up Queen Aminata bigger. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's Queen Aminata or Billie Starkz. Either way, the fans are really the ones winning because we are getting the inaugural Ring of Honor Women's Television Champion. Interesting look at that title there. And it's always great when you can create, a new champion. It's not just about creating the championship, but it's about making the championship that you create mean something. And I think the importance, so Billie Starkz, she technically adhered to the code of honor. And we are seeing these two ladies about to hook it up here in the ring. I like this. This is another match where they're really kind of milking the reaction of the crowd, letting the moment breathe. It's part of that art of wrestling, really getting the crowd behind things, getting the emotions of the crowd up. And it's cool that we're seeing a professional wrestler hit this stage of the game at such a young age. Because with like Billie Starkz is great in the ring. Where's she going to be 5 years from now? Where's she going to be 10 years from now? Okay, we're seeing Queen Aminata kind of playing with Billie Starkz here before the tie up. All right, you got Billie Starkz with the go behind. Queen Aminata trying to break that grip. Has a wrist lock. Getting Billie Starkz to one knee. Starkz fights her way up. Aminata really wrenches that wrist lock, trying to get her back down. Sweeps the leg. Now she's got that knee keeping Billie Starkz on the ground, but still holding that arm. Billie Starkz trying to roll through, but Queen Aminata is not giving up that wrist. Billie Starkz finally reversed it. Now pushing Aminata on the ropes. Mike Posey trying to count the 5. Billie Starkz whipped Aminata into the ropes. Sunset flip from Billie Starkz up and over, only 2. Aminata kicks out, but Billie Starkz is right there with the boot to the side of the head. Billie Starkz goes for the pin. Aminata kicks out at 1. Now we're seeing both these women evenly matched to start out, but you gotta wonder, will Billie Starkz be able to find something a little extra devious? Oh, beautiful snap suplex from Queen Aminata there. But you almost gotta feel like there's gotta be some kind of cheap shot, some kind of what do you call it? Shortcut that Billie Starkz could take to get the advantage. Big kick from Aminata there, knocking Billie Starkz out of the ring, not onto the floor, but out on the apron. That was a hell of a knee there. And Aminata looking at the camera saying the champion's right here. Billie Starkz stunned around ringside, making her way. Oh, going for the big chop. Billie Starkz gets out of the way, responds with a chop on Aminata. Doubled Mongolian chop, it looks like there from Aminata. Throwing Billie Starkz in the ring. She's not going to play with that for long. Now Aminata punishing that back. Camel clutch, really wrenching on it. And this is tough because you're wearing down the body of a young wrestler. That wrestler, I don't know how much younger Billie Starkz is than Queen Aminata, but you got to think that youth is going to make it a little easier for Aminata to bounce, or for Billie Starkz to bounce back. Eric Douglas, thank you for joining us on YouTube. I'm glad you're watching the Ring of Honor Live watch along. I hope you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. This is the first of 4 big watch alongs we are doing for this weekend. We are doing this. We are doing Stand and Deliver. We're doing WrestleMania Night 1. We're doing WrestleMania Night 2. So please subscribe, and hopefully you'll be here for all of them. Yeah, Billie is 19, a nice young talent in the ring there. And it's great getting to see somebody so early in their wrestling journey looking so polished. So, Eric, are you watching Supercard of Honor tonight? And boy, we are getting lucky. The man called Dave is going to be in soon enough. So even though you have had plenty of solo podcasting, Dave's at least going to be here, hopefully to get us through the last 3 matches. Eric Douglas is watching SmackDown. What have I missed on SmackDown so far, Eric? We're getting into the last half hour of SmackDown. You're setting up for the Hall of Fame right afterwards. So very excited about that. Which Hall of Fame inductee are you most excited for, Eric? And Eric, if you haven't already, please hit like on this video. Share it if you have any other wrestling friends out there that would enjoy a Ring of Honor watch along. Aminata getting that little advantage there. Loving to see that. Almost like a seesaw flatliner. I was trying to think of what the match was called. The NCR and a town down under are A-Town down under are currently getting murdered. And the man called Dave is back. I'll let him. There he is. I was about to say I'll let him jump in when he's ready. But he's ready to talk about Supercard of Honor.
Yeah, no. I had some company over, and I just finished. I had SmackDown off on the side, and so I just made a little short content. I don't know. It looks like Eric Douglas here is talking SmackDown with you a little bit, but just found out Andrade is going to be taking the place of Dragon Lee tomorrow. So it's Andrade and Rey Mysterio versus Escobar and Dominic Mysterio. Dragon Lee was found in the locker room, banged up and hurt. And then Andrade ended up helping Rey when Escobar and Dominic were trying to put the beat down on him. And then Andrade volunteered. Now, the funny thing about this, though, was Carlito came up after they made the deal. And he said, "Did you hear Dragon Lee's hurt?" And they're like, "Yeah." Andrade stepped up. And all I could think of was like, oh, Carlito was the one that took out Dragon Lee. Carlito's probably going to cost Dominic and cost Rey and Andrade tomorrow, I have a feeling.
Okay, so that's an interesting development.
Yeah.
We got going back and forth to the pin here. Big forearm from Billie Starkz. Billie Starkz, 19 years old, going for that ROH Women's Championship. But can she overcome Queen Aminata?
Is she a second generation talent?
Billie Starkz? I don't believe so.
No, she's very young though, right? How old is she?
19.
19.
I believe she was wrestling on the Indies last year at like 18, so almost like a Nick Wayne like situation.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know who I was thinking of was Saya Brookside.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, both women laid out on the mat right now. Billie Starkz looks a little more with it, although we're seeing Queen Aminata stirring a little bit. Both women have put, a lot into this match. They've thrown it all at the wall. What is it going to take to be that much better than their opponent?
Queen Aminata.
Okay, Queen Aminata making her way to her feet. They're both on one knee, throwing forearms now to their feet. I think we're seeing rights thrown by each. Mongolian chop to the chest of Billie Starkz. Billie Starkz responding with a knife edge chop. Both these women really throwing what they got at each other. And I mean, after this, we have a fight without honor left. We've got Athena versus Hikaru Shiida, and we've got Eddie Kingston versus Mark Briscoe.
A fight without honor. Who's that? Johnny.
That is Dalton Castle versus Johnny TV.
Yeah. That's one of the ones I'm really looking forward to.
I have a feeling that could be after this. Drop toe hold right to that middle rope. Billie Starkz is dazed. She's falling off the middle rope, holding on barely to that bottom rope. She's about to have that drop kick, but Billie Starkz gets out of the way just in time. Aminata on the outside. Billie Starkz coming off the ropes. Low pay through the ropes, hits Aminata. My pick could be wrong for this, Dave.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Billie's
This
got
is
that.
one of the few we disagreed on. We only disagreed on 2 matches, and you were right about the first one.
Oh, really? The Stardom
Yeah,
match?
Mina Shirakawa, Maika, and Mei Seira beat Saya Kamatani, Tam Nakano, and Azumi is apparently how AZM is pronounced.
I never doubted it for a moment.
I know, it's not like it wasn't a random flip of the coin on that one.
Yeah.
It was a great match. It's definitely worth checking out if you didn't see it.
Billie taking that apron bump.
Oh, yeah, I just saw that. That did not look good for her. Mike Posey attending to her.
There was a bad bump in a battle royal tonight, too. Ivar threw Tozawa on top of Otis, but Otis didn't catch him. It was not good.
No, wow.
Bad bumps tonight.
Aminata staying on top of her opponent here, taking advantage of Billie Starkz, taking that bad hit on the apron.
German.
Big suplex on the mat there. Dave, I believe we would call that during the course of a match not pretty, but effective.
Yes.
Rolling Billie Starkz into the ring here.
By the way, check your DMs.
Aminata, you feel what's that?
Check your DMs afterwards. Our boss is looking to get a hold of us for commentary duty soon, I believe. Whoa. The near fall. Scroll down here. I see Randy Oscar popped in for a minute too, huh?
Yeah, Randy was in here. Chevy was in here.
Yeah. I knew Chevy was. He stuck around for a little bit more. I think everybody's watching SmackDown here, Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think this was going to be like a huge, definite watch along, but it's
Yeah.
something I wanted to cover because of just how important that main event is.
Oh. Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
She's got
really
some
big attacks from
vicious looking.
Aminata there.
Yeah. The hip attack and the boot. Very vicious looking. Is Eddie losing the title tonight? Randy. That's who we predicted. We predicted a title change. We'll see if we're right. I think it could go either way, but I'm pulling for Mark on this one. I think it'd just be a great story for him to win that title tonight.
Yeah, and I mean Eddie still has that New Japan Strong Championship, so I don't think it necessarily hurts him as much as really props up Mark as like, the Ring of Honor guy.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Big move off the top rope, but she caught the knees to the back. I don't like this. Billie Starkz is really trying to distract the ref. You see her grabbing at the jersey there,
Yeah.
causing him to call in medical help, it looks like possibly. This is really hurting Aminata's, momentum she had going. Will this distraction cost her the title? Well, Dave, I hate to ask you to carry this broadcast for a minute, but I got to make
Yeah,
a
take your
bathroom
time.
break.
So right now we're doing looks like an injury angle. Could be legit. I don't know. I don't have the volume on, but we're looking at Ian Riccaboni, Nigel McGuinness. They're not showing Billie Starkz too much. Doctor's in there looking at her. Billie definitely landed awkwardly on those knees. Well, they're helping her up now. We'll see what happens here. Could be setting up again. You never know what these things are, an injury angle. But they're going the extra mile, which I still think, I just still think it's a work. But they're checking on Billie.
Thank you for
And
providing a short break there.
yeah, Joe, they're doing a really, they're making you guess, they're definitely going back and forth, but I don't know. Right here.
I know it looks so serious, but as I'm seeing it, I'm like, they really got to be playing this up, right?
Yeah, Queen was holding the ropes now, and I think,
There
yeah,
she
this
goes. Break spray. Big
German
German suplex.
holds on. Rear naked.
Oh, this is not good.
Got on that rear naked. Oh,
And it looks like
he's out.
Aminata has lost the ROH Women's Television Championship.
Billie Starkz.
So, Dave, you are 2 for 2 for the ones that we picked differently on.
Yeah. This one,
Now,
right?
Dave, if you haven't been keeping up with the show, Griff Garrison and Cole Carter won. Taven and Bennett won. Kyle Fletcher won. Billie Starkz won. Oh, and I forgot. We have a Bang Bang Gang open challenge.
Right.
So that could very well be what is next. I don't know. It's hard to call.
Randy said it was a tournament. Actually, I think that's because you had said that she lost the
Because she
title.
lost the inaugural. Yeah. Yeah, they were both in the finals. I thought for sure Aminata was going to win it. But I mean, you can't argue this is a great moment for a 19-year-old wrestler getting to be the inaugural ROH Women's Television Championship, especially for the place that ROH holds in a lot of fans' minds. It's not what it once was.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean Aminata can't go for it in the future, but tonight was not her night.
We're seeing a look at AEW Dynasty coming up now in St. Louis.
April 21st. And if you want to bring up that weekend, it's a big weekend because on April 20th, New Heights Wrestling will be holding Bound and Determined in Defuniak Springs, Florida.
Might be why we're getting messages tonight.
Yeah, it has been a while since we've heard from New Heights Wrestling. But since I'm not on Facebook, it's not as easy to just reach out.
Yeah, I shared the link on Facebook tonight. So
Wow, FTR versus Top Flight. If you want to stay up till 11:30 after WrestleMania, I got to be honest. At that point, I don't know if Collision's going to be on the top of my things to watch. Maybe it'll be my come down as we're coming off of the live watch along. But I didn't think they were going to do Collision tomorrow, but they're doing it after the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. Hall of Fame's going on tonight too.
Yeah, Hall of Fame will be popping off at 10 o'clock. Interesting class going in. It was definitely something I thought about possibly should I have covered that over Ring of Honor, but I have such a soft spot for Ring of Honor pay-per-views. That's why I had to go for this over the Hall of Fame. Plus, everybody's going to be talking Hall of Fame. Who's out there talking Supercard of Honor?
That's right. Joe fighting for the little guys. And I mean, honestly, it's harder to call like a Hall of Fame on a watch along too, because a Hall of Fame is mostly speeches and stuff too. So
Yeah, you want to take in you'd like to be able to share, um, your opinions on the inductees, but it's also their big moment to commemorate the career and talk about it. When does my suspension on Facebook end? Apparently never. I heard about it on my birthday, February 12th. Haven't heard anything back since then. And I don't think I felt the need to really reach out. If they're not going to restore it, I don't care. Eric Douglas in the comments as well.
Oh yeah.
She worked me. Did she work y'all? Of course. We were worked, but we felt like something could be afoot there.
Yeah.
But they really stretched it out where they wanted to make you disbelieve it.
Yeah, they did a real good job with that. I didn't buy it, and then they sold me. And then right when she was holding the rope for her, I was like, oh, wait a minute. And then, but yeah, there was a moment. They got me.
All right, so we're about to see the Bang Bang Scissor Gang or the Bang Bang Gang Open Challenge.
Oh, okay.
Which ROH 6-man championships, assuming they are on the line. And it's weird. Are we going to see the obvious choice? Are we going to see a choice out of left field?
Who's the obvious choice?
Oh, man, it's the Acclaimed and Daddy Ass.
I don't see the Acclaim showing up on Ring of Honor. That's why I was.
Really? Even though they've kind of had that split on Ring of Honor TV?
I think they'll do it on Dynasty. Well, what do you mean on Ring of Honor TV? That split was on.
That was on the. I thought that was that on the last pay-per-view?
Yeah, it wasn't on the paper. It was on like a Collision or something like that.
Okay, yeah. So it was on their Saturday show. I think they're really playing it up. During the Undisputed Kingdom match earlier, Wardlow came out to help the Undisputed Kingdom. Because you remember on Dynamite, Adam Cole said that Wardlow's job now was to make sure that all the titles the Undisputed Kingdom have, they keep.
Right. I mean, could get Acclaim. I just feel like Acclaim's being saved for the pay-per-view.
That would be the smart thing to do, but you got to remember this is the Tony Khan method. He does things like, I don't know, sometimes it's a little different than how you would think normal wrestling psychology would go.
I don't know what major trios are out there right now, though. Unless it's something from CMLL, maybe. You know, it'd be fun. Devon Eriks and Dustin Rhodes.
That All right, yeah, that would definitely be something.
Yeah,
They're giving him a little speech. All right, they're putting those trios championships on the line.
And then maybe just see a Bullet Club here, the Bang Bang Gang try to win the AEW trios at Dynasty.
Okay, who are we getting here? I'm not aware of this.
Usually count that like with Archer. Yeah, Lance Archer.
Okay, Archer's coming out with Alex Zane.
Wow. Who's the third man? It's not Mabel.
All right, I didn't know these guys were operating as a team. I should have kept up with some more Ring of Honor.
Well, I knew that countdown clock was Archer.
Who's the third man? Ooh. All right. I would not have called this match, but it's
No
great to
way.
see Minoru Suzuki on the pay-per-view.
Yeah. Minoru Suzuki, Lance Archer, and Alex Zane would not have been the three-person tag I'm thinking of.
That's one of the greatest parts about WrestleMania weekend is having so many talents available that it's like almost anybody, not almost anybody, but if you wanted to use a talent that wasn't on the show, it's not hard to fly people in with the weekend like this. Minoru Suzuki, part of Bloodsport yesterday. I believe he was a part of the Mark Hitchcock Super Show as well.
Would not be surprised if we get an upset here.
Yeah, this could be something.
Never know if the Acclaim's going to get involved, maybe cost, the Bullet Club the match. Could happen.
I'm surprised that it's a little late in the show for a surprise, but I mean, that's how you catch people off guard. How are the Gun Club going to hang in there with Suzuki? I think these tag partners really helped Lance Archer. On his own, he's not bad, but he only does so much. He's got great size. He's a beast in the ring. But I mean, I don't know if he would necessarily stand out on his own.
I think it's he could be booked stronger, I liked him in The Righteous.
Yeah, that was a good pairing.
Yeah, I thought that was good. Especially with Jake the Snake.
Is he
and
still
all
with
that.
them and we just don't know? So after the 6-man championship, we have 3 more matches left on the card. Looks like Tony Khan's going a triple Broadway tonight, maybe a quadruple. It's at this point in the show, I'm kind of regretting starting at the 0 hour. This is why you Google things, folks, especially when live broadcasting.
Yeah. I gotta tell you too, Joe, I have to be up tomorrow around 5:30, so I think I'm gonna hang with you to 11. You want to take some breaks here? Take them now. And you will have me all day tomorrow for WrestleMania. I will be here for NXT and God willing Sunday. Solo with a partner, I will be here.
Yeah, maybe I'll work in another watch along tomorrow at some point. Right now, I think we're at least want to keep it to the 4, so that way we can enjoy some of our other wrestling talk.
Yeah.
Because that's the tough thing with content creation. You want to find that fine line between covering everything you want to cover and then still being able to enjoy it as a fan. We haven't lost the enjoying it as a fan, but there are days where we feel some of the burnout from covering so much. You're hearing it in the voice tonight, especially.
Yeah. Ah. Old dogs are barking at me here. Talking about my feet.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice taking off these shoes. Why don't I just do that now?
That's what I
Do it
did.
while we got time.
Watch along. Welcome aboard. Stop by.
Yeah, we started with all the energy and professionalism that you'd expect in a watch along. Now the end, we're talking about our feet aching. I'm thinking about having to go to Walmart tomorrow morning and get kitty litter. But hopefully, will I be back in time for the watch along? Let us know in the comments if you think I will.
How long, I wonder, you think Minoru Suzuki will wrestle to? Until he just drops dead?
Possibly.
Yeah. Is this guy going to retire?
I only say that because if you look at being a disciple of Karl Gotch, you know, one of those real deal wrestlers.
Right.
Those guys were wrestlers really until their body made them not be able to. And even
Right.
then they hung on. They trained people.
I mean, Minoru Suzuki is still very much a badass.
Yes, very. And I mean, that's what you get for being in good shape when you're younger. You
Yeah.
can get to those late 50s, mid to late 50s, and still be an imposing force in the ring. I was
I
nervous
don't
trying to
think
go up to
anybody,
him, just giving him a t-shirt when I paid for the meet and greet.
I don't think anybody's, if a real fight ever broke out here, is going to be taking him in this ring.
Maybe Lance Archer,
Maybe.
but
Because of
only
the
because of
size.
size. But I mean, Minoru Suzuki has that MMA background as well.
Yeah. Grabs a hold of you, it's probably going to be a problem.
Yeah, and he comes from a time when even if you didn't have the biggest size, you could be one of the nastier fighters in the game.
Yeah. This is a guy who beat up a roided up Ken Shamrock a couple times in his prime. It's the real deal.
One of author Jake St. John's favorite wrestlers. Murder Hawk coming in.
Interesting to see Alex Zane with these two.
Yeah, I didn't know Alex Zane and Lance Archer were a tag team. It must work for New Japan. One of those like odd couple tag teams. You got Alex Zane, who can be quick, who can be high flying, and then Lance Archer, who's just a sizable beast. Beat up a future interview of ours. This Tuesday, you're going to be hearing from T Gaines. Next Tuesday, you're going to hear from Jesse Chapman, who got beat up by Lance Archer.
Oh, yes.
And then on 420, at 420, we are going to bring you the ABJ interview. Anthony Blackwell Jr. If you are a content creator, you are going to be inspired by this guy. If you just like watching wrestling accounts that talk wrestling, dare I say, he might be your new favorite wrestling content creator. Hopefully you still watch us, but get in some ABJ as well. And Dave, possibly after this match, I might take you up about a quick break.
You should take a break, rest it up. Lance Archer putting a big hurt on everybody right now.
Oh, big drop kick from Alex Zane there.
Drop kick in the corner.
After this, I think I'm going to play video games and watch Joey Janela's Spring Break for fun. I might even do a watch along of that show tomorrow. Not promising anything, but Hopefully you're subscribed to our YouTube channel and you find us, hit that notification bell, know when we go live each time. I can't believe we're almost going on 3 hours for this watch along. It's really that excitement about WrestleMania weekend. I'm feeling a little bit of the tiredness from it, but I mean, this is what we wait all week or all year for, to have multiple big events in a weekend. You get to see big surprises like Alex Zane, Lance Archer, and Minoru Suzuki. That's not even one you would have expected going in.
Yeah, you're going to be putting in almost 5 by the time this thing's done.
Oh, man, I was trying to ignore the end product, but thank God Tony Khan gets his shows under control, right? Hey, but longer shows for us equals more watches. I hope everybody out there is hitting that like button.
Like and subscribe. Oh, Jay White.
This is why we talk about those subscriptions on TikTok too, because we brought in money this year for the first time with our sponsor, Game Up Hard Hydration. But the subscriptions on TikTok, it's $2.99 a month. It's less than a day's cup of coffee, but you get to support an independent podcast for a month. We've been doing this out of pocket for 5 years, and we have no complaints about it. We do a couple things a little differently, but overall, we're very happy with where we've come, and it's just a chance to try and monetize what we do. So if you like what you've seen here, consider checking out Working Fans Podcast on TikTok. Go to our profile. You're going to see the Discord link. Below that, you're going to see the Instagram and YouTube link. Next to that, you're going to see the subscription link.
My man's voice is getting out on him.
This is the end result of having a cold and talking for the better part of a day.
Yeah, I hear you about that. That's why I was like, oh, I thought, but when you said this thing started at 7, I was like, oh, okay, so 10 or 11 the most. And then, like, when he got out, that's a 0 hour.
Yeah, definitely should have checked that. I don't want to lose all enthusiasm at this point, because anybody that's been sticking with us through this,
yeah,
and it's actually one of the times I'm going to bring up a rare negative about Tony Khan's shows is when you watch them live with your friends, you are going to feel this dip 3 hours into a show because you're getting a lot of quality matches, but you're also watching a lot of wrestling. And I really hate dwelling on the negatives, especially because it seems like lately in the wrestling community, it's easy to come down on Tony Khan for what he does wrong. And there's plenty of it. But I mean, our kind of view is to kind of tend to look at what you enjoy more. And that's what drew us right here to this Ring of Honor event that I decided to cover. I'm not going to put this on Dave. Dave got roped in. He's got 5 kids that he's passing up a night to watch WrestleMania for.
We got commitments to make. Sorry, baby.
But that's what it is. It's hard to have a weekend of big shows and not stay on top of them. Not cover what, even though everybody's not watching ROH, there are people out there watching it. And I'm assuming they're happy we're doing this.
Lance Archer firing up on Austin Gunn here.
Ripcord.
Around the world.
Bottom there.
Got that black pit. Abyss slam there. Black hole slam. Oh, big cross body. Alex Zane firing up here too.
What are we setting up for?
Could be looking at new Ring of Honor tag team 6-man champions here.
Look at that. I like Lance Archer using Alex Zane as a weapon.
Yeah.
And then Alex Zane using Lance Archer as a weapon.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to check these guys out more in Japan. I did not expect this tag team to be so good. Lance Archer is a force in that ring, but he's not often somebody I think of as like one of those wrestlers that I'm super into.
Oh, Jay White with the save, but here comes Minoru Suzuki. Oh.
I've got the volume up halfway. The crowd seems pretty responsive to this match so far.
Archer going for his finisher here. Ooh.
Low blow there.
Austin counters. Austin Gunn firing away here.
Up and over there.
All right, so Austin Gunn and Lance Archer both down on the canvas, looking for a tag here. Minoru Suzuki's got his hand out. Jay White's got his hand out.
Okay, big tag. Now we're getting Suzuki and Jay White in the ring.
Yeah, Minoru Suzuki tearing up Jay White here. Definitely getting the better. Referee getting in the way here a little bit, though. Oh.
Okay, so now when I go on our TikTok, it is just our subscription link that is below our Discord.
Hmm.
I might have to figure out how to fix that.
Minoru Suzuki laying out all of the Gun Club here.
Big boot to Jay White in the corner. Pulling him out into the ring. Are we about to see? Oh, a nice kick to the chest. I don't know. This is a good tag team, but I don't know if I see them necessarily taking the titles off the Bang Bang Gang. Do they stay together going forward?
Yeah,
Jay
I don't
White
know.
going for that eye there.
Go for the eyes. I don't. The more the match goes on, I just feel like okay, the Gun Club ain't losing this.
Suzuki setting up for that gotch style pile driver. Jay White fighting his way out of it. Ooh, Suzuki with the reversal. Alex Zane with that flying tag there. I got to say, the way this event has been put together, I have liked the way the matches have flown by. Even matches that I wouldn't have expected to enjoy. Like, Dave, that Kyle Fletcher Lee Johnson match, that was like almost a half-hour banger to kick off the show. Alex Zane showing that athleticism being thrown off the top rope.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Alex Zane, very impressive.
Wow, with that little move set there, I almost thought they had that. You know, because this team is just getting in so many moves and looking so good in the ring. They don't appear to be like a thrown together team. Look at Lance Archer out there acknowledging his tribal chief. Big choke slam from White there. That looked pretty definitive. But he's trying to drag Alex Zane. Oh.
Sleeper hold. Here comes Suzuki now. What a sleeper from behind.
I feel like things are, about to break down. The Guns trying to take care of Suzuki here.
Archer's got Jay White.
Ooh.
Big slam. Here comes the Guns, though.
Breaking that double choke. Lance Archer going at him.
Oh.
310 to you, and they neutralized the big man, so that's a big move. Alex Zane, beautiful drop kick off the top rope.
Here comes Jay White with the switchblade.
Hit some of that Blade Runner. You see Suzuki
Blade
struggling to get into the ring, but the Bang Bang Gang wins. Suzuki looking like he wants to get his hands on Jay White. And Dave, I'm not going to be gone for too long, but I am going to take you up on one of those breaks.
Yeah, please do. Please do. You're putting money in the basket here, baby, so I can be ready for you for tomorrow. All right, fans. I will stay on you here. We will keep this going as by order of the Bang Bang Gang. We still got the Bang Bang Gang as the 6-man tag team champions of Ring of Honor. Colton, Austin Gunn, Jay White, victorious. And why not? You know, these guys are charismatic. Honestly, you might as well unify this belts with the AEW trios title, and they could have that too. Yeah. See the Guns making fun of some of the fans outside. Anybody watching tonight too? Anything happen on SmackDown of note? I saw Andrade is going to be Rey Mysterio's partner. I'm wondering if anything else happened after that. The last thing I saw was the Judgment Day beat down the no catch crew there. Oh, looks like the Acclaimed are coming out along with badass Billy Gunn. And they're firing up on the Guns. Jay White is getting the hell out of here. Jay White, sucker shot at Anthony Bowens there. Anthony Bowens is down. So the Acclaim came looking for the Guns. And it looks like all that happened was Bowens ended up getting sucker shotted here. So the Guns and Jay White leaving on top. They got their championship. They got the better of the Acclaim tonight. Big night for the bad guys here.
So I'm going to return to that break in a quick moment here, but I had a feeling I called it wrong. They weren't part of the match, but they did show up. So I just had to say I at least called that 25% right, maybe 30.
Yeah, all right. It's Joe Lee's for a little bit here. We're getting ready for the match. I'm kind of looking forward to it here. Johnny TV and Dalton Castle. Dalton Castle to me is a talented guy that I could see them doing more with. I mean, he's good in the ring. He's got a great personality. You know, he can play this comedic character very well. And at the same time, he's got great suplexes and slams.
So I got to ask everybody watching, what has been your match of the night so far? 3 more matches still ahead of us.
What has been your match tonight?
Ooh. Surprisingly, it might be Lee Johnson and Kyle Fletcher. So far, I didn't expect it to stand out, but it was a great high-energy match to kick this off. The 6-woman Stardom showcase was great. And I really like that because I am not familiar with Stardom at all. But getting to see them do their thing in the ring, it was high power, it was high energy, it was fast moving. It's what you expect of Japanese wrestling. And if you don't watch Joshi wrestling that often, I think it stood out. Stood out for me, and I said it's the one corner of wrestling that I'm not super aware of. And it's mainly because for a lot of those promotions, you're subscribing to another Japanese streaming service.
Johnny TV, huh? Taya Valkyrie. It looks like a great unit here. Like, just looking at this video package, like they look like they're getting to really showcase their personality on here.
Yeah, I believe they have a show on YouTube as well. So it's great that they're able to put themselves out there as a couple, be able to do what they want. I mean, especially coming from WWE, this guy deserves to have that big time star feel. It's weird. I don't know if it especially works for Ring of Honor. All right, you're getting as usual. I mean, especially when you don't have the boys.
Hey, guess what? I just got
Some
a text.
local indie talent coming out.
Just got a text from a fellow broadcast colleague, Joseph.
Is he alive?
He's alive. He said he just saw Keith Lee walk by him.
Oh, wow. So he is in Philly as we speak.
Yeah, that's probably why he didn't get back to me earlier or you earlier. So he must have just got around there.
Well, it's great that he's enjoying it down there. That's a couple friends we have down there in Philly right now. We've seen ABJ. If you've been keeping up with his social media, he is having a good time down there. If you are lucky enough to be in the tech circle with our friend Scott, he is having, I mean, especially for two content creators, an envious time, staying in a house with other podcasters, getting like, and I'm envious of him because he just gets to hang out with podcasters.
Yeah.
And I wonder at that level, are they any more chill about the content creation, or is it all about how do we fit this in? We ask content creators all the time because it's the fine line of how do you create for people to want to come and see something, and how do you balance that with just being a fan? I think we got into it in our ABJ interview that'll be coming out on 420 at 420.
What a presentation we got going on here. So they got rid of the boys, but apparently he has a whole crew of boys now.
I think they're doing it to keep that, to keep that entrance, but it's also, you're not keeping, I bet these guys aren't necessarily on like a weekly payroll.
Probably not. Well, also there was a thing, apparently the actual guys who played the boys had missed some dates. So
that can play into it as well.
yeah.
But just that Dalton Castle entrance is a spectacle.
Yeah.
And when you see this guy in the ring, you see the technical wrestling.
Right.
And on the other side, Johnny TV can handle himself in technical wrestling. I have not made it to it yet, but he wrestled Josh Barnes at this year's Bloodsport.
He won a boxing match in the past year too.
Okay, that's the reality show. Johnny Loves Taya.
No. He was on a celebrity boxing thing.
Oh no, I was talking about, they were shouting out that reality show that I was talking about he had with his wife earlier. But of course, I talked over where it's at. I believe it's on the AEW YouTube channel. But that's wild that he won a boxing match. Good athlete in the ring. I know when people were talking about him being in Bloodsport, I believe he wrestled, I think I heard at University of California, Davis. I mean, you could see in ring, he is definitely athletic. especially spending a lot of time learning in Mexico.
He was also on one of the first seasons, I think it was season 2 of WWE Tough Enough.
Wow. So this man is into reality TV. He is into wrestling. But more importantly, he is into a fight without honor right now.
Of course, former tag team partner of Joey Mercury.
Yeah, originally came into what WWE as part of M&M.
Yeah.
Melina also a part of that. Reunited with Melina, even if not directly, I can't remember exactly, in Lucha Underground as well. And what's nice about Dalton Castle is you get a touch of the comedy and a touch of like the real technical chain wrestling in there. Dalton Castle, notable for back problems, but gutted his way through it and was an ROH TV champion or an ROH Heavyweight Champion for a couple of years. Johnny was somebody's drink there. So, Dave, overall, what's been your level of enjoyment of Supercard of Honor tonight? Would you put it at highly exciting show? Would you put it at decent show? Would you put it at I wish I was watching the Hall of Fame right now?
Well, I think it's going to come into play that I'm not feeling too well right now, too. So I'm going to put it under nice enough show. Wish it was on earlier. This guy is trying to conserve his energy. I'm doing a Joe, or Joe will tell me how he tries to conserve his energy at times. I'm usually not that way. I'm all the way, balls to the wall, and then I'll run hard and crash at another time. But I feel like I'm going to
I don't know what it is about the head colds this season, but they stay like a couple days longer than you would expect them to.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Dave doesn't consume the sleepy time greens and further exasperate that congestion situation in the head.
Yes.
Or in the lungs.
The sleepy time greens. I have to look for that.
It's catching on TikTok. People are remembering that. Mainly because some mornings I've had my athletic greens, and sometimes you got to let the people know why the TikTok live is ending when it's ending. And thank you, everybody that's staying with us at this point. I hope we're not coming off as disinterested, but we are 3 hours into a live broadcast, and energy is going to dip. Right. But Dave, I would argue sometimes when our energy is the lowest, is that when we have, I want to say, the most fun. I don't know how fun it is for viewers, but that's when we start to care a little less. We have a little more fun with it. Because when we do the live watch-alongs, this is still very much work. This is punching in, hoping we entertain an audience. Will you be interested enough in this live watch-along to come back at noon tomorrow for Stand and Deliver? To come back tomorrow night for 7 o'clock for night 1 of WrestleMania? Or Sunday night at 7 o'clock for night 2 of WrestleMania?
Well, that's a thing. This does
I mean, it wouldn't hurt to maybe check those start times after tonight's little incident, but
as you stand by me. So darling, stand by me.
Dave is getting so tired. He's singing the classics here. I love it.
Stand by me.
You know who's standing by Johnny TV is Taya.
Yeah.
But Dalton Castle getting that advantage here. Oh, Dalton hits that pole.
I say that respectfully, of course. I don't need Johnny TV whooping my ass. Actually, Tyler beat my ass. Johnny would not even have to like. I've seen Tyler punch some men fans down in Mexico before. She seems like she can handle herself.
Oh yeah, Ty definitely holds her own.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just looking up to make sure we got 2 matches left after this.
Moonlight Drive. At least that's what it was called at one point.
For a fight without honor, this has stayed, in general, pretty clean. I expected, maybe a few more weapons, or maybe I just don't know what a fight without honor is. I assumed it was a no DQ match.
We saw Johnny TV at an independent show in Providence against Rob Van Dam, by the way. I think you went to that one.
Wow. What event was that at?
XWA.
Was that at an XWA?
Yeah, XWA. I think Eric Bischoff was doing a signing that day too. I think he was one of the ones signing.
Oh, is that the event that was in Warwick? I thought at that bigger place.
Might have been Warwick.
Thought it was Rhode Island.
It was Rhode Island.
Richard Holiday was in a ladder match in that early.
Possibly like in a 4-way. AC Romero was added to it.
Was he with Ace Romero? Now we're doing the math on this. Was that also Ace Austin?
I believe Ace Austin might have been involved in that too. Eric Bischoff.
He was the general manager of that, right?
Yeah.
Was that the event where one of the members of Killswitch Engage was seated ringside?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Okay, so we have narrowed down the event.
Yeah.
It's funny because I don't remember Johnny TV on the event, but I remember all these little side details.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Plus, we've been to a lot of indie shows over the years, so sometimes what happens at one event almost kind of blends into another one.
They were calling him Johnny XWA at the show.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Just seeing Randy's comment that Dalton without the boys is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why they have the stand-in boys, because it's part of the presentation. But I'd love to see Dalton stand on his own. I think he's a good enough talent. I think there's a way you could bring him to the ring where you could de-emphasize the boys, but still make Dalton like a high-level talent.
I thought that his presentation, his act, was something that would have got over well in WWE.
Yeah, he's definitely a character. He's just ambiguous enough for them to ride the line.
Right. Like, I feel Vince would have enjoyed him.
Sorry, guys. Typing out quick text. I am really starting to feel the length of this now, and this is where I hate to complain about Tony's pay-per-views, but it's just getting the time down. Tony gives you a ton of matches. He gives you great matches, makes it worth your money, but it's just exhausting. WWE has gotten their game down to where it's like almost the perfect amount of pay-per-view time. You almost want more, but then you remember nights like these where you're running up against the clock.
Of course, this could be the weekend where we might get some longer shows because it is WrestleMania weekend. So that's the other thing too. So this is going to be a lot of long shows. Russian leg sweep with the cane there. Oh, Johnny TV almost gets the victory. Now he's choking out Dalton with this cane. I think it's a cane.
Yeah, it looks like a kendo stick.
It's a very
but yeah,
fancy.
kendo stick, Singapore cane. Shout out to everybody down in Philadelphia right now. Both fans and friends are enjoying the weekend. And I can
Yeah.
tell you from being down there at WrestleMania weekend, if you're taking in a lot of the shows, you're not sleeping a ton. And when you are sleeping, you're going back to the hotel to get sometimes 3-4 hours sleep before waking up. I remember myself and friend of the show, Scott, going to Joey Janela's spring break, getting out of spring break at 3:30 in the morning, 4 in the morning, to go home, try and sleep a couple hours, and then get up to go to WrestleCon for 10 the next morning. So if you're attending the wrestling events and you're attending Wrestling Con, you are going to wear yourself out quick.
How many more matches did you say, Joe, we had, by the way?
2 more after this. Athena versus Hikaru Shiida and Eddie Kingston versus Mark Briscoe.
Right,
Unless you're about to surprise me with another one.
This is my final match.
All right.
So take your breaks when you want.
Well, we're about to take that right now then. I will return in a minute.
All right. Just figure I'd give him fair warning, folks. Right now, too, if you're watching this, Dalton Castle is lighting up Johnny Nitro with some kendo sticks. Johnny Mundo, Johnny Honor, Johnny TV. Johnny getting his ass whipped. And, yeah, Dalton taking that cane, taking that Singapore cane and lighting him up. Like I said, Dalton's to me, he's such an interesting character. I think he would have did really well even in the Vince WWE. You know, I'm surprised he never went. Know he's had some back injury problems here and there, though. So who knows? Right now, I don't know. I don't know if he'd be in WWE at this point, but he's still a great character, I think. Oh, Tyra Valkyrie gets powder in his eyes. Dalton can't see. And Johnny TV kicks him in the head. Oh, now Tyra Valkyrie got a leaf blower on Dalton. Dalton crawling behind the announce set.
So, I mean, the way I would call this if I was a professional is Taya is blowing Dalton Castle.
Oh, that looked like it was one of who was that? Superfan Vlad. Looked like it was one of his friends out there in the crowd that Johnny Nitro was near.
I believe Superfan Vlad is also out in the crowd. I thought I saw him during 0 Hour.
Then yeah, this might be his buddy that hangs out with him then. So not Mike Johnson from PW Insider. Great guy, by the way. He was kind enough to respond to emails from me. So, oh, there's that Starship Pain. Oh, but Dalton Castle kicks out. He kicks out. Dalton Castle is not done. Johnny TV looking frustrated. Taya Valkyrie looking frustrated. They can't get rid of Dalton Castle. They can't get him out of the game yet. He's trying to. Johnny TV, though, setting up a chair now and putting Dalton Castle's head in it. Dalton trying to fight with a chair wrapped around his neck. And now he's down. And TV is kicking him. He's got the chair wrapped around his neck, and now he's got the Singapore cane, too. Oh, boy. This looks like we got something violent here. He's got that cane. Oh, he just wrapped that cane around the chair that was in his neck. Oh, he goes for the pin, but he does not get it. Dalton Castle still kicks out. Dalton Castle not giving up. He's like, hold the phone. This is my goddamn dream. I want to be the Ring of Honor TV champion. So now, Johnny TV's like, screw your dream. Who gives a shit about your dream? I'm going to pull you over here. Get you to this corner. I'm going to lay you out. Put this chair on your face. Let's see, maybe grab another chair. I think he's working on another chair here. Oh, yeah, he's got another chair. I mean, 3 chairs on Dalton Castle. And Dalton Castle is worse for wear right now. Dalton Castle looks like he's about to get the Starship Pain underneath all these chairs. This is going to hurt Johnny, too. Look at Castle, though. He's getting up. Oh, and he takes the cane to Johnny TV's back. Dalton Castle still fighting here. Still in this match. Now laying in some elbows on Johnny TV, who's trapped in the corner. These elbows are going right in the back of the head of Johnny TV, too. Dalton Castle feeling himself here. Whoa, big knee to the back. And looks like a German suplex out of the corner. He's picking him up. He's walking around the ring. Bang! German suplex. Johnny TV is dazed, but he's rolling out of the ring. Tyra's there to help him get a breather. And they are still going at it. You got to give these two credit here. Telling a great story, beating each other down, and still going at it. And Johnny TV, he was in that Bloodsport event Joe talked about last night. So, Dalton Castle. Looks like he's calling out one of his boys. Oh, gonna throw him over the top rope on Johnny TV. Oh, here comes another boy. And again. All right, so he is just throwing people at Johnny TV. They are all coming out now. Here's a third one. This one, I don't. All right, there's a fourth boy. Okay, you got to get the idea here. They're not exactly. These throws are a little bit comical. I gotta admit, these guys are. We got one more. We got a big boy here. Oh, this is a big boy. Looks like the Peacock's about to throw this big boy. Johnny Nitro is like, no. And that one never really made it. Johnny just kicks him. Yeah, that big boy wasn't going to be able to get any steam, unfortunately. So the spot basically was Dalton Castle throwing about 4 or 5, 6 boys at Johnny TV. And basically the last one, who was much bigger. Whoop. Look at this boy. There's another boy. Look at this boy. Wow. Flipping up in the air.
Dave, are you aware of who that last boy was?
Is that Will Ospreay?
That is Jack Cartwheel.
Oh, Jack Cartwheel.
He is a GCW wrestler. He has done some wild viral moves. When he first came out, I thought it was Ospreay as well. The hair looks very similar.
Who's this guy? Well, right now, Johnny TV's got a cane and he's lighting up Dalton Castle again. We got another boy coming in here who wearing a mask. Looks a little more deranged. Oh, the boys pulled him out.
Sorry, Dave. I started a TikTok live to help kind of pass the time when you go and interact with a different audience. So I'm popping out a little bit here to talk with the people live there.
Yeah, anybody know who this guy is?
Oh, what did I miss?
There's another guy in the ring. They haven't focused on him again.
Does he have like a black shirt? Am I seeing?
Yeah.
It could be the cameraman. Okay. Black shirt with a mask. Okay, Paul Walter Hauser.
Oh.
The Emmy Award winner who's been across the wrestling universe. He wrestled Sami Callihan in the main event of the Mark Hitchcock Super Show last night. Indy versus Emmy. All right, so he's sporting the shirt. Him versus Matt Cardona.
Yeah, he was just on Chris Van Fleet.
All right, they're picking up Taya. What are we setting up for?
The boys have Taya Valkyrie. The boys have Taya. What are they doing? They're getting rid of Taya. They're just running in the back with her. Taya is gone. Paul Walterhausen is here in the ring now with Dalton Castle. They kind of stare off. And they do a little peacock handshake. They are good. Well, this has been a fascinating match here. Oh, they got thumbtacks. We're laying thumbtacks down. I got the tacks.
All right, we're adding thumbtacks to the match. All Walter Hauser getting in on wrestling, but getting in on the more extreme sides of wrestling. It's cool to see.
Ugh.
I know, Dave. I'm feeling it.
Oh,
And then there's
spin it
laundry to
around.
do on top of this.
Oh,
Bangarang on the thumbtacks, going for the pin.
That's it.
And Dave is happy because he is getting to go to bed.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for popping in for any amount of time. These solo watch-alongs definitely aren't easy to do, but we've been making it happen tonight. And if you want to catch more watch-alongs with myself, with the man called Dave, we are going to be together. I'm guessing he's going to get in about 1 tomorrow. I'll be live at noon. And then we will both be there for WrestleMania Night 1 tomorrow night. So, Dave, thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your night. And I'm going to make it through these next 2 matches, hopefully.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, man. Take it easy. And now we are deep in the watch along. I'm going to try and pay equal parts attention to the TikTok Live and the Ring of Honor watch along. Jason, how are you doing? What event are you at Mania weekend? I'm at the ECW reunion show, and that's got to be a show because you were such a huge fan of ECW. Is it living up to your expectations of the? Is it living up to your expectations of that show tonight? American Nightmare, thank you for joining us on TikTok. The one man is doing good. Go, go, go. One man 83. I hope you're following us. Todd Booth 941. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're following as well. Sean, thank you for popping in. So we are getting Athena versus Hikaru Shiida now. The co-main event for ROH Supercard of Honor. Been a great show. Been a long show. AEW is mid again tonight. I haven't been watching AEW, Sean. We have been doing a live watch along on our YouTube channel for the last 3.5 hours of Supercard of Honor. So if you could, please double tap that screen, share wherever you can. And Sean, will you be the 39th member of our TikTok live team? Or if you want to go a step further and support an independent podcast, consider clicking on our profile. We got a subscription link. You'll get a cool WFP badge next to your name, just like Jason Schmidt. I'm very surprised my voice is holding up through this. Been a lot of talking. But I mean, if you pay attention to us, you know we've been seeing. Yeah, Rampage is a rough show to watch. I never watch Rampage and expect a blow me out of the park show. When I watch Rampage, if it's decent, I'm happy enough. Guys, can we get us up to 2,000 likes by the end of this live? If you're watching on TikTok, please double tap that screen to like. Consider clicking the heart next to our name to become part of the live team. Dave is back in. Dave, we are back on TikTok Live. We are still going strong on YouTube, but the man called Dave has popped out of the live watch along with myself. So now I'm just carrying you through the last two matches of the night. Matt Dickerson, thank you for joining us on TikTok. And please, if you enjoy us on TikTok, consider checking us out on the YouTube channel. I fell asleep watching SmackDown. Were there any standout matches on SmackDown? For people not watching SmackDown, what did we miss? It's kind of boring. I mean, yeah, what can really be said? What are they going to do tonight that's really going to set up WrestleMania? Henry Bauman, thank you for following us, or thank you for joining us on TikTok. Are you following us? And guys, if you're only familiar with us on YouTube, definitely consider going and checking us on TikTok. Great wrestling community over there. If you click our profile, that's where you can find the subscription link to drop $2.99 a month on us, or you can find the link for our Discord. It costs nothing, but you get to continue that wrestling talk with us when the main show goes off the air. Sorry, guys, this one isn't going to have quite the audio quality. Usually I like keeping the sniffles. I like keeping the coughs out of it. I've been talking steady for about 4 hours tonight, talked a couple hours during the day. I don't know if my voice is going to hold up through the weekend. The colds this year are especially rough, and I feel like since COVID, I don't bounce back from colds as well. Solo versus Jay and Andrade taking Dragon Lee's spot on the Mania match. That's wild. So I might have to search out SmackDown. Everybody that's watching the Hall of Fame, are you enjoying it at this point? Dave, thank you for the likes. I'm hoping we can get this up to a couple thousand likes tonight. We reached our prior subscription goal, so now we are at a new subscription goal. We've hit 10. We're looking for 5 more. Adrian Pena, thank you for liking. Kyle, thank you for joining us. Mostly it was just flashbacks and hype packs. Yeah, really doing kind of the job of almost like I was talking about the pre-show for Ring of Honor. Getting you aware of the rivalries going into the big event. And then just getting to, really hype up the main event. Sorry, guys, putting on my slippers. It's late and I'm tired. Tired, but still very happy to be here with everybody. We've had a great audience throughout the night. Kyle saying the Hall of Fame is garbage this year. Thank you for the follow, Kyle, but I thought Paul Heyman going in on top. Bull Nakano is a great choice. And then Thunderbolt Patterson for that whatchamacallit, that Legends inductee. Adrian Pena, are you following us? Favorite WWE era? I'm gonna say the era of my childhood, the 80s wrestling between like 83. No, so I became aware of it in 86. So I'm gonna say like 86 to 92. Joshua Storm, thank you for joining us on TikTok. Thank you to everybody joining us on YouTube. Randy Osga, I hope you're still watching. Thank you to everybody watching us, no matter where you're checking us out. We are just great that we can grow the podcast as much as we've done. And that's why we're going heavy on the watch-alongs this year. 4 watch-alongs over 3 days. Doing watch-alongs despite the sound of our voice. Dave jumped in here despite how he felt. So we got Shiida getting in the ring with Athena, really giving her another Another opponent to really go up against, and Shiida being a former AEW champion comes off as so much more of a roadblock for Athena. Simo, thank you for joining us on TikTok. I hope you're following us. It is wild what TikTok has done to grow our audience over the past month or so. The fact that people find us in a live, like us, comment, sometimes drop money on us, but more importantly, they come back to watch us, which always blows us away. It's the goal of a podcast. But when you finally see yourself starting to cultivate that audience that you've been hoping for, assuming that you've just been putting this podcast out into the ether, hoping that one person that likes wrestling tunes in and gets behind it, it's cool to see. I gush about it a lot on the TikTok lives. I'm telling YouTube about it now too. So maybe we'll get some crossover where YouTube subscribers go find us on TikTok. Dave, they also set up a Carlito heel turn on Ray in the LWO. All right, so it sounds like SmackDown did some stuff to build it up. What is everybody's excitement level for Mania tomorrow? Mine was already through the roof, even though I'm tired after doing the watch-alongs today and the live show and editing videos. And so far, we're not seeing Athena or Hikaru Shiida really get a clear advantage. Both women are gaining. It's going to be a long day tomorrow, 100% Dave. Dave, I hope you're watching us on our YouTube channel. I'm going to be live at noon with Stand and Deliver. My co-host, the man called Dave, will join me partway through. And then we're both going to be here and ready for WrestleMania Night 1 at 7 p.m. We have another associate of the podcast is down in Philadelphia and is going to be live tomorrow night. Hopefully we'll get some footage from there. Luke Morneau, I love all pro wrestling, but I think Edge rah-rah speech. I wish AEW did acknowledge Punk stuff. First off, Luke Morneau, are you following us? And we talked about it on the live show today. It felt a little forced. It felt a little extra. But that's what you do if you like the company you're in. If you want to build up who's paying you. And maybe there's some genuine dislike between Edge and Punk. But, I mean, if you come in as one of that company's biggest stars, you do what you can to prop it up. I wasn't down with it, but I get where it happens. Hitman 55A, thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, no problem, Dave. Yeah, I don't mind doing these watch-alongs necessarily solo. It gives you a different thing to flex. And especially when I do the lives, I'm used to doing it one-on-one. I like connecting with the audience, being able to read your comments, respond, go back and forth. I'm not always going to catch all of the comments, but I try to catch them when I can. Okay, Athena now stomping on Hikaru Shiida. I got a little distracted there, so I got away from the match. Sorry about that, YouTube. But it's one of those things I talk about in watching AEW pay-per-views, watching Ring of Honor pay-per-views. You're going to be checked out a little bit the closer you get to the main event. No matter how good it is, these things just run long, and sometimes they feel long as well. Athena 100% needs to be on the AEW roster. I think she's done a good job being the champion of Ring of Honor. But think of the exposure she'd get on AEW, and she would build up that AEW division so big. Garrett Worley, before I answer your question, I got to know, are you following us? Now, Athena really attacking Hikaru Shiida here, going in on her. Frank Barrieri, thank you for joining us. Jeremiah Sanford, thank you for popping in. Will we get the 39th member of our TikTok live team? Click the heart up next to our name. And yeah, there's a lot of repeating of the TikTok stuff, YouTube. It's because TikTok, you get so many comments roll through. You get so many new people popping in that you constantly, or I constantly remind them about that stuff. Sorry that's so late into the show. This has become a split TikTok and YouTube show, but we are like 4 hours into this watch along and we're trying to get creative, trying to switch it up a bit. So thank you for everybody that's been rocking with us on the YouTube. Very happy that people are popping in and discussing this with us in the TikTok as well. It's one of those things about WrestleMania weekend. It brings the diehard fans in, and we are going to watch as much as we possibly can. America Badass, thank you for joining us on TikTok. Now, the live watch along on YouTube started with a lot of action in the comments. We're not surprised it died down a little bit. We appreciate everybody that popped in. Eric Douglas, Randy Osga, Patricia Real Muto. And thank you to everybody popping in on the TikTok as well. When you run these marathons with the live watch-alongs, especially since we're so new to it, we just started the watch-alongs at Survivor Series last year. But we've seen, much like with TikTok, the response that people get, you know, when you do these live watch-alongs. People like watching a pay-per-view with somebody's face there, being able to react in the comments. Durante McDaniel, thank you for coming in with the comment on YouTube. Athena will probably win match. Durante, I hope you're following us on YouTube. I certainly hope Athena wins because I feel like the person that's going to take the title off Athena is going to build up this division. Do you think Nikita Lyons will ever make the main roster? Adrian Pena on TikTok, I believe at some point she will. I think she's got to take some time to develop in NXT. I'm surprised she's not on Stand and Deliver, honestly. Jules, thank you for popping in on TikTok. Sorry, trying to see who all our watchers are on TikTok right now. AEW is not better than WWE, has better wrestlers. Thank you, Frank Barrieri. Henry Bauman, Luke Morno, Adrian Pena, Frank Barrieri, and Matt Dickerson. Thank you for watching on the TikTok side. On the YouTube side, Durante McDaniel, Randy Osga, Eric Douglas, Patricia Real Muto. Did I miss Chevy Rooney? How could I forget? Chevy was holding us down. Watching from the MMA podcast. So that's how great our podcast is. Even the MMA arm of the podcast is tuning in to support the live wrestling watch-alongs. It's been a good match here between Athena and Hikaru Shiida. Even watching this match unfold, I still feel like Athena's got to come out on top. Me and Dave agreed on this. We only disagreed on 2 matches, and Dave was right about both of them on this card. So whether you're watching us on TikTok or Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter, let us know in the comments, what events are you watching tomorrow? Plenty of wrestling events to choose from. Adrian Pena, thank you for the share. These late watch-alongs tend not to do as well as our early morning ones, but you guys are doing great on TikTok. We're almost up to 1,000 likes. We've had consistent watchers, which is great, and return names, which I always enjoy seeing. I've been loving it on YouTube, a fair mix of people new to the channel and like day one fans. All right, Athena going to the top rope. Is she planning on putting a Hikaru Shiida away here? So we reached 10 subscribers today. The new goal is 20 on TikTok. If anybody wants to take that leap, go to our profile. The link is just below our Discord link. Chelsea Megan Hughes, thank you for joining us. All right. You see that ankle lock hooked in from Athena here? Shiida looks like she's in pain. Is she in a bad spot? Trying to resist the urge to tap. But Athena really cranking on that ankle. I have a feeling Durante McDaniel from YouTube is going to be right. Shiida makes it to the ropes. Athena dejectedly gives up the ankle lock, but puts it back on because she knows she has another 5 seconds to break that. Referee Mike Posey getting in there, trying to separate the two ladies. Shiida is on the ramp, but it looks like Athena could be setting up to go over that top rope. Ooh, Athena through the middle rope, was going to spear Shiida. Shiida catches her with the kick. Come on, Diesel. Trying to keep the dog in the room. Come on, bud. We've been going for 4 hours here. Thank you to everybody that's popped in tonight, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on TikTok. All right, Athena looks like she's trying to pile drive Hikaru Shiida between the apron and the entrance ramp. Hikaru Shiida has Athena up on her back. So she dropped Athena right on that entrance ramp. Okay, Athena rolled into the ring. Shiida looking like she's set to go to the top rope here. What are we about to see from Shiida? Double knees to Athena, going for the pin. 1, 2. Oh, that was so close to 3 right there. That's wild. Athena kicked out like just in the nick of time. Durante, if you're still watching on YouTube, I thought for sure she'd have had that. Diesel, get over here. Come on, lay down on your blanket, buddy. Come on. No, get in here. Down on your blanket. It's okay. Oh, you want to come up for some ups? Okay, come on, Diesel. Oh, come over here. The dog and the cat are coming in for love. That's how you know you've been live for too long. Whipping Athena into the corner. Ooh, lung blower off the ropes. Luke Moreno, I was going to quietly let it pass, but everybody's entitled to their opinion. That's why I didn't mute Frank. But WWE's been cooking for, God, since the beginning of January, I'd say. AEW has started turning it around. There have been holes in AEW's game, but I think they're really returning. So I like people voicing their opinion, and I like the respect that a lot of people on TikTok have, but Thank you for that. I was going to quietly let that go, but that's one of my least favorite parts of wrestling fandom right now is the tribalism. Saying that one's clearly better than another. They're just kind of two different products, and I enjoy them both. And both for different reasons. Like, I don't know, but thank you, Luke, for standing up for that. Luke, will you be the 39th member of our TikTok live team? Consider clicking that heart up next to our name. Because the community that we get in here, Luke, it's been a great discussion over the past month that we've had people in. Both women spent on the mat right now. Fighting to their knees. Now they're to their feet. It looks like we are trading slaps here. All right, so Instagram has disconnected my stream, so we will end that. And there is no problem with that. We went strong on Instagram for a while there. The Vigilante, thank you for joining us. All right, Shiida spills Athena to the floor. Athena holds on. Are we going to see, a power bomb on the floor? I did not expect Hikaru. Like, I knew Hikaru Shiida would be a definite good opponent for Athena. But, I mean, she's really taking Athena to the limit. And I think, yeah, I mean, I thought Athena was going to win, but Athena looks like she went through a struggle for this. Yeah, things are turning around in AEW. And by extension, Ring of Honor is also a part of that AEW Tony Khan family. And sorry, Frank, I don't block many people from these lives, but when it's the excessive tribalism, that's usually the only time that I will take people out. There are good things about every wrestling company. People leave wrestling companies for different reasons. It's funny because as much as the internet trolls are out there, I haven't seen them as much on TikTok. We get them every now and then, but I let them go for a minute and then I try and reel it back. So thank you, Luke Moreno, for stepping up in the front. And like I said, we try not to silence people's wrestling opinions too much, but you go over and above to really push an agenda that divides people. We like to take that back. We're here to watch wrestling because we want to watch what we enjoy. I don't come here to watch wrestling to complain about what we don't enjoy. Every once in a while, I'll make reference to things like that, but I don't enjoy that because why would you spend your free time watching something you hate? You've only got limited time on this earth. And I mean, I just don't think it's a time to enjoy stuff like that. Avenger Boy BB, thank you for agreeing. I hope you're following us as well. We try and foster a respectful community around here. And especially when my natural tendency is to go negative, I have to actively work against that. And when you see people feeding into that negativity in life, that doesn't help anybody. I like to look at things as a rising tide raises all ships. We do that with how we support other content creators and how we try and conduct ourselves. I'd also love to see Tony sign Scott D to run women's division and other bookings. Yeah, Scott D'Amore did quite a job up in TNA. Shame they let him go. Hopefully he could find a spot on his live roster for that. Jordan Ivy, thank you for the likes. I hope you're following us, Jordan. Anybody listening to this later on their podcast apps, God bless you. I didn't expect to go 4 hours. And if you put it on a podcast app, I hope you enjoy it. I'm at the point now where I feel like I'm in such deep waters for this. I've got one more match left after this. I'm exhausted. I'm a little burnt out on wrestling for the day. My voice is going, but the crowd's there. You got to keep going. And we're hoping maybe if you watched us this WrestleMania weekend, love the coverage we had, maybe we're your go-to wrestling podcast for some reason going forward. We're on all major podcast providers. We're on YouTube. We've got an Instagram. We've got a Twitch. We've got a Twitter. We've got a TikTok. Athena off the top. 1, 2, 3. Mike Posey counts the win. Athena gets the win. And I've been drinking ginger ale like crazy to try and keep my voice. So if you're watching on TikTok, you're going to see an empty chair for a minute. YouTube, you're going to see the same thing. But I'm also going to play a quick commercial for you.
Read about the Northern Wrestling Federation in the book presented by Russellville.com, The Pro Wrestling Vault, Volume 2. Hear the story of Roger Ruffin, the man who trained Carl Anderson, the Monster Abyss, Jordan Clearwater, Chris Harris, and Jillian Hall.
Plus 45 other short stories including Jazz, Bobby Eaton, Kamala, Thunder Rosa, Mario Mancini, Scott Casey, PJ Black, Kerry Morton, Sal Renaro, Jeremiah Plunkett, Colby Carino, Bam Bam Malone, and many others.
Get your book today at Russellville.com. Russellville, it's where wrestling lives.
Those commercials are never quite long enough, are they? Dave, thank you for joining us again. Athena gets the win. And now we are down to Eddie Kingston versus Mark Briscoe. Huge main event. Dave, thank you for coming in and jumping on those lives. I appreciate the response, man. I just want to express the positive side of the internet wrestling community because it's toxic. Yeah. That's one thing we talked about. We interviewed a female wrestler, T Gaines. We call her matches in New Heights Wrestling. And one of the questions I really wanted to ask is about creeps in wrestling. Because especially the female talent gets creeped on a lot of times. And yeah, when you hear about these fans that go on the internet to talk about wrestling, why would you not want to go out there and talk about the things you really enjoy? It seems to make sense to me. I know if you're watching this YouTube thing, we got off on this whole rant, but on the TikTok, we had a little bit of a troll. And so we muted it, and then it's got us onto this whole discussion about trolls. And now, Dave, I like how you say you couldn't get into AEW. It's hard to watch for you, not enough structure, therefore trash. And I can understand that opinion. Because you're not continually dropping it on us. You said it, and we see where you stand, and we know there's some people out there that like AEW. There's some people out there that like WWE. And it's hard not to be behind WWE right now, especially with the way the storytelling's turned around. The way they've changed the culture by getting Vince McMahon and John Laurinaitis out of there. Main event set to come to the ring. I'm expecting a banger for this match. Let us know in the comments. Will Eddie Kingston retain his ROH World Championship, or will Mark Briscoe take it away? Thank you guys for coming in on such a late live as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dave. Almost look at your wrestling opinion like you would almost somebody's like political outlooks. You know, we might not all think necessarily the same, but we come together to watch what we like, respect opinions, And like you said, if you're being adult about it, you can spark a conversation. What about this don't you like? You may find that I'm an AEW fan, but I hate the same things you hate about AEW. I just put up with it because I like the talent they get in there. I like some of the wrestlers. I think they put together interesting matchups sometimes. That's why there's a part of me that really fears for Ring of Honor being under Tony's control. But the pay-per-views are solid. The only thing I could say is be a little more concise with time. Even when you're sharing negative opinions, there's a way to do it in a positive way. T Reaper, thank you for joining us tonight. This video package building up the main event for Kingston and Briscoe is awesome. Building up the emotion for what's already set to be an emotional match. And I like that everybody's sticking with us so late. TNA is pretty good, but grew up with WWE, so I was, yeah. WWE has been the brand name for so long. It's been the Coke. It's been the Q-tip. It's been the Kleenex. You forget about the cotton swab. You forget about the facial tissue. You forget about the other colas on the market. TNA has really turned their shit around too lately. I feel like all wrestling is on a big upswing. This is awesome. Mark Briscoe coming out to, they said Leonard Skinner, so I'm gonna guess it's Give Me Back My Bullets. Evoking that real Briscoe feel. I hear you there, Dave, especially what you liked as a kid. Is it gonna be any bigger than that? I grew up with WWE, so I definitely have a bias towards them, but I also have a natural curiosity and enjoyment of wrestling where I seek to check out the Joshi promotions. I check out the Lucha promotions. You see the Briscoe family at ringside there. I gotta tell you guys, I was really feeling bogged down. I'm like, maybe I just stop before the main event. Maybe we don't need to talk Briscoe Kingston. Dave, Mrs. Kalisto in WWE was a great talent in WWE. And luckily, tomorrow night, myself and my co host will be able to go live. Hopefully, I'll be able to rest my voice all day so it won't go out. But it's tough. We got a live show at 12 and a live show at 7. Live watch alongs. It's going to be dinner with the family in between there. I love WrestleMania weekend. It's fun, but it is exhausting as well. Eddie Kingston looking like he's sporting the shirt that came in one of the newest pro wrestling crates. Adrian Pena, my first wrestling experience was watching NWA in World Class. What a 1-2. And you got it back when those companies were really striving to keep it as real as possible. So I know I've gravitated towards the other talk tonight. Sorry, TikTok. I'm going to be a little less attentive to the comments because I'm going to do my best to give this match as much of my attention as I can muster right now. But if you could continue double tapping that screen for a like, that would definitely help. Maddie 23236, thank you for joining us. I hope you're following us, Maddie. Announcing Ring of Honor World Champion Eddie Kingston. He looks focused in the corner. Now that they mentioned his name, he looks up, looks focused, handing the title to the champion. Dave's first live event was League of Nations versus Dean Ambrose and Kalisto. What a group that League of Nations was. I thought they were great. Eddie Kingston coming to the middle of the ring to shake hands with Mark Briscoe. The bell is rung. The main event is in the ring. I'm going to try and bring up the energy, guys. Sorry, I am really feeling it. You can hear it in the voice. We are going 4.25 hours. Favorite tag team of all time's got to be the Midnight Express. Rock and Roll Express is a close second. Favorite modern tag team, I would almost have to say FTR. Oh, it is going to feel good to sleep tonight and rest this voice. I hope I didn't burn my voice out on the first live watch along of the weekend. Big lockup with Eddie and Mark in the corner. Mark getting the hammer lock on Eddie here. Eddie reversing it. These two know each other in the ring, so they know what to expect. Dave on TikTok, I gotta ask, what is your favorite tag team of all time? Ross Lipter, thank you for joining us on TikTok. Good side headlock here from Mark Briscoe. You got to wonder at what point is this match going to break down from like respectable grappling to who's going to throw the first potato and what is that going to inspire in his opponent? Anybody watching the Hall of Fame? How is the Hall of Fame going around tonight? What induction are they on now? Big suplex. Eddie Kingston drops Mark Briscoe on the back of his head. I know for a watch along, this has to be super interesting to people. You're hearing a man lose his voice and get super quiet while he's trying to take in the last big match of the night. New Day for all time and current is Creed Brothers and the New Day, of course. Yeah, New Day is classic in WWE. And I mean, the Creed Brothers, they are a great current tag team. And I mean, they could be the New Day, the new era Team Angle, I feel. So, guys on YouTube, I should probably start conserving my voice because I am not able to cough this out as much. I am almost out of ginger ale next to me. I'm gonna end the TikTok live so I can focus just on the YouTube. Thank you everybody for joining us. I hope you join us tomorrow. I hope I still have my voice if I'm not live broadcasting with this voice. I will be typing in the comments. So thank you for joining us, TikTok. I'm sorry my voice has gotten to this point. But I mean, this is what happens when you talk for like a little over 4 hours straight. So everybody have a good night on TikTok. I'm trying my best to keep my voice. I hope we can make it to the end. I'm going to be a little quieter. Sorry, guys, typing out a message to co-host the man called Dave so he knows about the voice situation. I know, Randy, that's what I was just typing to Dave, that I hope I still have the voice tomorrow. I didn't consider what all this talking would do, especially coming off the cold I was getting over. I assumed it was just the result of a cold, but who knew that talking about 5 hours straight would kill your voice? Thor girl, Thor is coming back in the room. She wants to see, will Eddie Kingston prevail or will Mark Briscoe Diesel? Where's my buddy? Big running lariat on Mark Briscoe from Eddie Kingston. Have we tipped the scales? Has Eddie Kingston finally snapped and ready to take it to the next level to take Mark Briscoe down? Bouncing Mark Briscoe's head off the announce table right now. All right, Mark Briscoe is busted open. Randy, thank you for sticking with us. Are you watching the Hall of Fame, Randy? Sorry, guys. I know we're getting sloppy on the live watch along, but I am definitely starting to feel the show tonight. You are hearing it in the voice. You're seeing it in the yawns on screen, but this main event is so exciting that I wanted to stay with it. I really hope I could stay through the end of the show. I mean, the second this thing ends, I'm definitely going to be switching off. But you see Eddie Kingston opening that wound on Mark Briscoe's head even more with the rights and lefts to the head. Paul Heyman had a great speech. That's awesome to hear, Randy. What induction are they on now? Eddie Kingston going for that wound on Mark Briscoe's head again, really trying to get that blood pouring. Even though he is friends with Mark Briscoe, knows the family. He is not going to lose this. He's not just going to easily lose this ROH title. Eddie Kingston is showing us what this title means. It was great when it was a part of the Triple Crown Championship. How was Bull Nakano's speech? Who did they have inductor? Is it Alundra Blaze? Chops to the chest from Eddie Kingston. Mark Briscoe responding with a couple chops now. Double underhook sends Mark Briscoe to the center of the ring. The only blood on Eddie Kingston right now is Mark Briscoe's. Eddie Kingston does not look too roughed up yet. He's looked comfortably in control. He's definitely taken this to the next level. This is just a great Ring of Honor main event. Really seeing that blood flow from Briscoe's head. They just referenced the trilogy match between FTR and the Briscoes last year. Okay, now we're seeing a response from Mark. Big chops. Eddie firing back with those forearms coming off the ropes. Big lariat turning Mark inside out. As far as watch along times go, I think if you check out our YouTube, this might be the longest watch along we've done. I'm glad we've kept such viewership throughout it. Thank you to everybody that's joined us. As you can tell by how my voice sounds now, this is definitely a labor of love. Big right hand from Mark Briscoe catches Eddie Kingston upside the head. Now you've got Mark biting Eddie's forehead. Do we see Eddie start bleeding soon? Eddie Kingston right now laid out on the floor. Mark Briscoe in temporary control, but bleeding wildly from the head. And this would be such a sight, too, for Mark Briscoe to walk away with that ROH World Championship, bleeding, giving it all he's got, but to be able to win that championship in his brother's honor. Oh, Eddie Kingston just slamming Mark Briscoe's head into that corner post. Eddie Kingston getting in the ring just long enough to break up that count. If only I had gotten the second bottle of ginger ale for tonight. I love it. In this match, you see Eddie taking it to a different level to try and beat Mark Briscoe down. You got Mark Briscoe overcoming all the damage to use what reserves he has to fight for that title to honor his brother. You got Eddie Kingston who doesn't want to give it up. Mark Briscoe is trying to give everything he can to take it away. Thor is back in the room. She wants some attention. Will she attack me on camera? The hiss. Let her hang out in the background there. Thor the champion. Where are you going, Thor? You coming back around? She's just finicky. She likes coming around. She will sit with you, but doesn't like getting petted. So isn't that all cats? And she is gone. Blood on the ring. Eddie Kingston and Mark Briscoe both visibly worn down, but refusing to give up. Isn't this really what you want out of a classic title match? Just two fighters going back and forth, giving it everything they can. Putting the shoes back on because after the live event ends, I will bring the dog out, attend to some chores because, as you know, WrestleMania weekend, you clear your time to watch your shows, but then you also want to fit in other stuff during the day. So thank you to everybody that's watched us. That I'm amazed we've kept a pretty consistent viewership throughout this. It's going to be interesting to see in the next day or so what the views look like. Where will this rank amongst our highest viewed watch-alongs yet? And this is only the first of 4 this weekend. Thank you, Randy. Definitely tried. As you know better than anybody, bud, we do this for the love of the game. We did it when next to nobody was watching, so now that we have some of an audience, it's nice, and I'm glad that people appreciate the watch-alongs. Definitely was probably stronger earlier. If I didn't watch that 0 hour, we'd be at about 3.5 hours. My voice might be a little more with it. All right, Mark just rolled Eddie into the ring. He's calling to go up top. All right, starting to get the warning. 10% power on the iPad. Death Valley driver from Mark Briscoe. He's going up top. Will he hit the froggy bow? Hits him with the froggy bow. Going for the pin. 1, 2. I thought for sure that was 3. It was actually 2.5. Randy, if you get a chance, I highly recommend checking out the Supercard of Honor. I'm probably going to check out what Post Wrestling has on their site after this. Maybe just watch a little bit of YouTube to come down after tonight. Big suplex from Eddie Kingston there. Mark Briscoe stands right up, responds with another suplex. Eddie Kingston stands right up, responds with the suplex. We're going suplex for suplex. I saw the Defy show that kicked off the collective, Randy. I saw most of Bloodsport. I'm up to the Shayna Baszler, Masha Slamovich match. And now I've watched Ring Supercard of Honor. So 3 events so far. For the Cultures coming out on 11:59. I might check that out. I'll have to go back and check out Joey Janela's Spring Break. There's a DDT show that happened today. It sounds like it's going to be a hot tea or maybe a hot coffee day tomorrow to try and soothe his throat, perhaps. Into this match, because these two almost seem like they're going more aggressive at each other. It feels like we're coming close to the end. These two have really taken it to each other during this match. Randy, have you seen any Mania weekend shows yet this weekend? All right, so he was setting up for Jay Driller on the apron. Fighting on the apron now. It's getting rough and tumble between these two. Suplex from the apron to the ground. Eddie Kingston throwing Mark Briscoe. Both men took the fall, so you know there's got to be damage to both competitors on the ground. Crowd reacting to it. This has been a main event level match for anybody that talks about Eddie Kingston not being able to stand up there. Doesn't deserve to be a champ. Like, that is wrong. Eddie Kingston is leaving his heart in the ring right now. A level of competition we haven't seen many wrestlers bring to Eddie Kingston like this. The 20 count and Ring of Honor really hyping up the drama of this moment. Eddie Kingston, the first one to make it back into the ring. You're seeing the blood from Mark Briscoe's head on the mat below him. Mark Briscoe has 3 seconds to make it into the ring. Will he be counted out? He is not counted out. I was worried there that Mark Briscoe was not going to make it into the ring. Bloodsport is definitely 100% worth checking out, Randy. Nick Nemeth versus Speedball Mike Bailey stood out. Charlie Dempsey was a surprise entrant into the event. And obviously Masha Slamovich and Shayna Baszler. There was a Japanese tag team that ended up facing each other. And they took it to each other. That was one of the best matches of Bloodsport. On their knees, Eddie Kingston and Mark Briscoe were trading slaps back and forth. Blood all over both of them. Slaps and big responses. Big chop from Briscoe. Now, this is a match where they've already given all they can give against the other, and now they're just continuing to go on with chops here, really trying to see who's going to be the last one to be able to stand, it looks like. Two of the toughest men in the wrestling game. Briscoe coming off the ropes. Eddie goes at him, misses. Big lariat from Briscoe. Okay, Eddie picking up Kingston. Getting him set for the J Driller. Kingston reverses. Suplex from Kingston right on Briscoe's neck. Kingston sets up for the spinning fist. Oh! Briscoe kicks out at 2.5. Randy, I'm not 100% about the crowd because I have it turned up just enough where I can hear the commentary, but I can't especially hear the crowd. They sound pretty lively, though. You know, I think it dipped at points during the night. But I mean, right now, you can really hear them. They're cheering man up. That's what I'm getting from commentary. Hit Kingston with that spinning forearm. Now he's picking up Kingston's dead weight. Or I assume dead weight. Nope, Kingston reverses, being set up in the J Driller. Mark gets the pin. Oh, Kingston kicks out. Kingston misses the spinning back fist. Mark gets the legs, rolls Kingston up for 2. Kingston hits the spinning back fist. Mark still standing, enziguri to Kingston. At this point in the match, I'm surprised anybody has anything left, including myself. Suplex attempted from Eddie. Mark picks up Eddie. Samoan drop almost, it looked like. Going for the pin. 2. Oh, 2.5. Eddie kicks out. But those kickouts are getting far less animated. There's a lot less oomph behind it. You can tell at this point Eddie's running on reserves. I mean, Mark's running on reserves to the same token. But I mean, you could see the blood pouring out of Mark. The only blood on Eddie is Mark's blood. Getting Eddie set for the J Driller. He goes up. He is down. Mark goes for the pin. 1, 2, 3. Mark Briscoe is the new Ring of Honor World Champion. Banners are in the ring. It sounds like the crowd is loving it. Thank you for watching this live watch along. I've got to cut this short. I hope I have a voice tomorrow. Thank you for joining us, guys. We appreciate you all.